Good afternoon. As it is 2 p.m., I will call the City Council Workshop of May 24, 2023 to order. I am presiding today at the request of Mayor Severns. This will be both a physical meeting and a virtual meeting. Some members of city staff and consultants are participating via teleconference. Today's meeting may be viewed live on YouTube, Facebook, and available for viewing after the meeting on cable channel 10 HD 1090. Public comment is not normally taken at workshop meetings, although the council may allow or request public participation. We do have one action item later in the meeting today. To start with, we have item A, and that is Parks and Recreation. We have a Parks and Rec staffing report, and our new Parks and Recreation Director, Brian Smith, will review the item and staffing proposals. Mr. Smith. Is he participating virtually?
I saw him here. He was just here.
Oh, okay. Okay, we can give him a minute. Or I see David Cool is here. Do we want to skip ahead?
Yeah, let's go ahead and go to the multifamily tax
Okay.
exemption, if that's okay.
Not a problem. Are you ready? You ready to go? Okay. All right, pitching for us, Development Services, Multifamily Tax Exemption Program presentation. We'll skip to item B, and our Development Services Director, David Cool, will introduce consultant Anthony Hemstad and Hemstad Consulting. Go ahead, Mr. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Heisen, members of council. You might recall back in 2018, the North Whidbey Island County Housing Task Force met and came up with recommendations for the city on what to do as far as affordable housing goes. They came up with these recommendations, and the number one recommendation that the task force came up with was the multifamily tax exemption. And so we're excited today. We have a contract with Hemstad Consulting, and so Anthony Hemstad is here with Cheryl Schwab, who are both here to tell you a little bit about the game plan for the multifamily tax exemption. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. As David mentioned, my name is Anthony Hemstad, and this is Cheryl Schwab, my colleague. We're Hemstad Consulting. Hemstad Consulting is a boutique economic development and public policy consultancy. We're based out of Olympia. And we've done quite a bit of work in the multifamily tax exemption space. We've worked both with public sector clients, cities, and we also work with special purpose districts and the like. And we also work with developers. I'm a former city manager, among other things. Cheryl spent over 20 years with the city of Seattle in a variety of public policy roles there as well. But we speak both city and development community, which is key on a project, on a program like the multifamily tax exemption. So today we will walk through how that program works and how it could be used here in Oak Harbor. First off, to go to the 10,000-foot level on what's going on in housing. Housing is a huge issue across Washington State. The Lieutenant Governor's office recently came out with an economic development outline for the state of Washington, and they said the number one bottleneck, the number one threat to Washington State was the lack of housing. Currently we are 49th out of 50 states in per capita housing units that are available. Rhode Island is the only one that has fewer than us. And so it isn't just Oak Harbor, there's housing shortages throughout the state. It's projected that we need to build another 1 million units in Washington State by 2050. That's just a mind-boggling number. And while already we have a shortage, that shortage is most acute for below market rate housing, which makes sense because it's market rate housing doesn't take care of itself entirely. It needs some cajoling and the like to get the development that you want, but that'll happen. Below market rate, it takes carrots and incentives and partnerships in order to happen. We found in working with private sector groups that they look at a variety of key inputs on making their decision of what communities to invest in and what to build. with land availability, land economics being a key part of it. What's happening on the macro level with interest rates and construction costs, both of which have of course become much more complicated here in the last year. And then locally, what the local government is doing on, is their utility. You guys have fantastic sewer and water availability. A lot of communities don't. And so that can be a real enticer for groups to come in and invest in Oak Harbor. Also impact fees and incentives, public-private partnerships, as can be the multifamily tax exemption.
So what is MFTE? I don't know how familiar you are with the program. I found it a little bit complicated when I first started learning about it, but just to boil it down, it is essentially an incentive to build housing. It is a property tax exemption with an incentive to have affordable housing units. So for the owner of the property, they don't have to pay their property taxes for up to 12 years. The incentive there is for them they don't have that expense, and therefore they can offer up to 20% lower rents for some of their units, which are then offered to lower income residents. So this is the official sort of Washington state language for the program. I won't read it, but just so you know, this is the official language. And just in the last few years, the program's been expanded to include most of the communities in Washington state, and Oak Harbor is now included. I believe it's 25,000 residents and above, so that's part of why we're here now, correct?
Yeah,
Or hopefully?
For MFT, anything 5,000 and above.
Oh, 5,000
yeah,
and above.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. So, Anthony, this one's yours. How MFT works?
Yeah, okay. The program works by exempting the value added that a developer builds on land, the value added that is specifically for residential. So if it's a mixed-use building, for example, and they have office and retail, that office and retail, that's still being taxed as it normally would. It's only the residential portion where that tax is tax exempt. So the land continues to be taxed. The non-residential continues to be taxed. Any impact fees that the city has, any mitigation that's required, all of that still must happen. And then when it's residential, of course, and people move into those buildings, then the per capita payments and other things that the city would get, that comes in normally as well. So the city can benefit from a variety of different ways on growth that MFT starts getting moving. MFTE, it will be up to the council to determine what residential targeted area where you want to put this MFTE, where owners could benefit by it, and cities usually do that in areas where they want to see development happen. It's great that City of Oak Harbor happens to have an opportunity zone. In some ways, that it could make a lot of sense to layer MFTE along an opportunity zone, and we met with Sharon Sappington yesterday discussing what's going on overall in the county with economic development. And she mentioned that the opportunity zone, as far as she was aware, hadn't been used yet. And so this might be another way to try to jumpstart that, get interest focused here again. And we very much appreciated a tour we took earlier today with Ray, and just seeing the great prospects along the waterfront and other parts of town. Just see so much potential opportunity there, and MFTE will hopefully be able to get people to take another look at Oak Harbor, and we do find time after time that for many developers, having an MFTE or not having an MFTE makes a difference between do we invest here or we do not invest here. Okay, we cover everything. And also, MFT can be used both in new construction, and that's what it generally is new construction. However, it can also be used to rehabilitate existing buildings or do a creative reuse and repurposing of buildings, maybe from a commercial building into residential.
And one thing that the council would need to decide on, as Anthony mentioned, there's the opportunity zones, but you would have a residential targeted area, and that would have to be designated. It can be an opportunity zone, but it can also be elsewhere or in addition. But it must currently lack sufficient desirable and convenient housing to meet the needs of public growth as determined by you, the council. So, okay. Some advantages of the program. The big advantage for most communities is that you're able to meet some of your housing goals without having to use direct funding. So cities and counties can provide additional housing for their residents without having to have a housing levy or some other type of direct funding. It can support affordable housing, but it can also be an incentive for the development of market rate housing, or ideally both. You can tailor the program to meet policies that are unique to your community. Cities can design their programs to require on-site improvements, building requirements, but you can also have things that you care about in your own particular way, parking requirements, lot sizes. It very much can be tailored to what's most important to your community. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, and MFTE is commonly used. Now that the legislature has lowered the threshold of city size on who can use it, many different communities, from Seattle down to DuPont are using MFTE, and it is the most popular way to get affordable housing actually built. The only other program that is bigger is the low-income housing tax credit, and that's a completely different animal as well. So.
Okay. And these are just a few statistics from the Washington State Department of Commerce of sort of what's been built as of 2022 using MFTE. So you can see there's quite a few new housing units, 1,058 rent restricted. 55 communities are using it, so just a little bit of background to show you some of the uses of the program so far. And then there are 3 different types of MFTE programs right now. There's an 8-year program, and I don't want to just read the slide, but just so you can see, you don't have to have affordable housing, but you can if your council decides to do that. That's an 8-year tax exemption. This is generally used to encourage market rate housing. The 12-year program is generally where people use the 20% of set aside for low and moderate income households. So this is 80 to 115% of AMI. And we do have a chart later in here that we'll show you that's from the housing assessment, the 2021 housing assessment, that shows the Island County AMI. So that'll give you a sense of what those incomes would be. And there's also this 20-year program. This is geared more toward home ownership and would require a housing provider to work with you to implement that kind of program.
Okay, so that's big picture of what MFTE does on a statewide basis. For Oak Harbor, it can be modeled and tailored in a variety of different ways, and you can choose if you want to do an 8-year, 12-year, 20-year, all the above, or just one of them. And also, cities can put additional requirements above and beyond what the state requires. So if you would like to say there needs to be apprenticeship programs involved with this, or you want public art, or other things, you can also change the formula. While the state says for 8-year you don't need to offer any affordable housing, some cities require that, and you can change what the AMI level is as well to dial that up and dial that down. Of course, very important to take into consideration that as you put on more requirements, you may be backing out firms that might have invested, but then they say, oh, we do it at 80% AMI, but then we have to drop rents all the way down to 60% of AMI. That doesn't pencil anymore. And so it's a balancing of what you're after and also what the market will attract. Because what has happened with communities is sometimes they layer on so much that it doesn't, you get no takers. And we don't want to do that. We want to put this in as an incentive that actually makes something happen rather than something we can talk about that it had good intentions, but it didn't create anything. Yeah.
And this is the area median income. This is just for your reference. So some considerations of the program. We're going to talk about the revenue impacts in a later slide, but it does require staff time to monitor the program and to stay in contact with the state, regular updates, and then the owner of the property would also be required to fill out some of that paperwork as well. Oops, sorry. Those are considerations? Okay, and let's go to the housing needs. So as David mentioned, this came out of the Oak Harbor Housing Needs Assessment and then the action plan. And these were the priorities that came out of the Housing Needs Assessment. And from these priorities, the MFTE program would likely be most applicable to sort of the ones in the middle, the workforce housing, apartments, and refurbishment of existing affordable multifamily housing stock. This was just for context for you, just as far as where the needs had come from. And then from the Housing Action Plan strategies, MFTE was part of 3 of the strategies recommended in the plan to incentivize new rental housing, bring down cost of development, and provide a wider variety of housing types. And then Anthony's going to talk about the revenue implications of MFTE.
Yeah. As mentioned previously, the underlying tax and all the fees and impact fees and utility hookups and the like, all of that is still paid. The wild card is if the taxes are collected and a tax shift takes place, or if no taxes are collected for a set period of time. And we can't give you a definitive answer yet for Oak Harbor because it depends on the decision of the county assessor. And there are no other communities in Island County that have implemented MFTE. Well, Oak Harbor is the only community that is actually eligible. So we will have to talk with the county assessor and agree with them what their policy is going to be, because different counties have had different policies on tax shift or we're not collecting the tax. So it could be, and most of the biggest counties, King, Pierce, Snohomish, it's entirely tax shifted. So the property tax that would have been paid by the building that is that has an MFTE, it is just spread to every other taxpayer in the community. But if they decide that not to collect it, then you would wait 8 or 12 years until the MFTE has expired, and then it would be counted as new construction. So just the new construction is delayed until it comes to the books. There are communities that definitely choose to do this anyway, even if they have to defer, or they have to wait for that new construction bump to come in for 8 or 12 years, because they're all the benefits have in the housing. But for the government, it's nicer if it's a tax shift rather than you don't get the money for 8 or 12 years. And so we know this is big asterisks, and the county assessor, because Island County hasn't had to deal with this before, so it may take them also some time to come up with a policy. What are we going to do with this? We will complicate their lives, but that's sometimes you have to do that. So TBD on this, but it can still be a very, very effective program.
So we thought it might be helpful to hear a little bit about what other cities are doing. So SeaTac has had MFTE for about 15 years, and in the last 5 years, they've built 700 units. They actually do 60% AMI, which works better for their community, and they've still had great interest from the development community. They did not really have a lot of market rate apartments before MFTE went in, but they have found that those are very popular as well in SeaTac. So that has been really great for the developers and for the community. Along with implementing MFTE, they streamlined their permitting process, which helped a lot with bringing developers in. They have a targeted residential area that's right around the light rail station area, which is pretty big, but they would also like to expand their targeted residential area so they could have additional MFTE. Currently, they do their tax shift to do the property tax, spread it out amongst the other property tax owners. And just to give you an idea, it's a little different in SeaTac because they have a lot of commercial property, but they have $6.5 billion worth of property tax. They have $100 million that's not being collected based on MFTE, and that turns out to be $4 to $15 a year for the rest of the property tax payers. So it will depend on what the Island County tax assessor would want to do, but at this point, within the places, because Spokane County does half of not collected and half shifted, so we can give you other examples, but it might sound a little bit more daunting than it has proven to be, at least in SeaTac, in that practice. So just to give you some context for that, and then Anthony will talk about Des Moines.
And on contrast, a couple of other cities, with the city of Des Moines, they were one of the very early adopters of MFTE, and it didn't get used. And the council then decided, okay, we're going to rescind this, actually. And so they don't have it today. The council now is debating about reintroducing it, partly seeing all the interest that MFTE has sparked in its neighbors of Burien, SeaTac, and Kent, where it's being used extensively. So they've changed over time. Ellensburg, which is a city more analogous to Oak Harbor in many ways, it has also had MFTE for quite a few years, and its RTA, they are focused on the historic downtown, where they're really trying to get redevelopment to happen there. So far, they've only had one development take place, and that has been a readaptation of a commercial building into apartments, but that has been successful, and the developer had said it wouldn't have penciled without MFTE. And interestingly, also in Ellensburg, they have gotten requests by other developers that are trying to develop around the outside the downtown area, that they would like to have it expanded. And Ellensburg has made the decision, no, we want to focus development in a certain area. So it can be a real tool if you are looking for incentives in a certain area but not in others. This is a great way to do it.
And just one final point, you have so much great development going on right here. We had a great tour from Ray, one of the senior planners today. You could really look at this as a tool for increasing your affordable housing. Since there's obviously a lot of interest in development in Oak Harbor, it could be something that is offered to developers for an incentive to provide that 20% of affordable housing. So it seems like the action plan really had that in mind when they recommended it, and it could be a great tool to add here. So, and then our next steps, I think that's you.
Okay, finally, what happens next? We work very closely with David and other staff members and some stakeholders as we'll develop some MFTE options for council to review and a recommendation for going forward, and you will be seeing those in the months ahead. And happy to take any questions or discuss any part of this program that you would like.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now I will turn to council for comments, questions, concerns. Councilor Hoffmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for getting this on the agenda as well. I worked in housing for 13 years, so, when it comes to, the tax exemptions and tax credits, I mean, it's gold. It's really where it's at. I think it was about 6 years ago, I was speaking with George Saul, who was on the Affordable Housing Task Force back then, and I mean, certainly the tax exemptions and tax credits were right where we were. And I'm sure, in your conversations with Ray, I'm sure he told you about the modernizations to the developmental code that we've made with, reducing the minimum lot size or upzoning, et cetera. So this is super excited to see this. Personally, I think I like the 12-year plan better. I know the 20-year can be a little bit of a commitment for some investors, so kind of a middle approach there, and certainly agree with what you said about not heaping too many other additional requirements on it. That said, the 70% of the AMI that CTAC has is very interesting, so if that's something that would pencil out here. But anyway, I look forward to this advancing. Thank you.
Very good.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, of course, I was on the Affordable Housing Task Force and was one of the guys who made this recommendation. So obviously, I support it. Quite frankly, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't do the 8, 12, and the 20 plans. Right? We've got a shortage of all three types of developments in our community, both market rate as well as under market rate, and setting up as few obstacles as possible for a developer to come here. Especially since it's going to catch on in other communities around us. Right, we're going to be competing with Anacortes, Mount Vernon, Burlington for those developers, and we create too many obstacles, we'll be missing out. I do have a question involving the rehab, the program. So how does that work on the tax break if they rehab a existing facility, and let's say they rehab it and bring 20% of them into below market rate housing? Does that exempt all the existing structures from taxation, or just the additional taxation between the value of the property prior to the changes?
Yes, as I understand it, it's the value added that takes place, the ad valorem. So it works best if it's kind of a junk property, and so that isn't being used, and so it has a relatively low book value, but by reinvesting in it, it makes a considerable boost in that value. But it is one reason, because it's much cleaner to do it as a greenfield rather than a adaptive reuse. But it can still help in trying to put the pro formas together. If you can show that at least there's a portion that is being tax exempt, it can still make things pencil that wouldn't pencil otherwise.
Well, I could certainly see, like, for example, apartment conversion to condos, and then, going, with the 20-year plan with the 25%, going to more, market. I could see where that, might work in our community. I think the biggest challenge we're going to have is defining those areas, right? Because we don't have a lot of infill. We don't have a lot of infill that's zoned R3 or R4, which is our multifamily zoning. I mean, the R2 zoning, the duplexes, taking off a lot of duplexes to, make a dent in our housing shortage. So, I assume within the regulation that we don't necessarily have to define a geographic area. Can we assign it to a zoning, for example? Can we say, R3 and R4 zone properties in our community?
That's a good question.
I believe you do have to do a geographic area, unfortunately, but
it could be big.
Yeah, you could also do a geographic area that coincides with that zone.
Yeah, so we can define a zoning within an area, so that we were defining a geographic area, but then we're restricting it to those multifamily properties.
Right, and also. It seems relatively common with cities that they'll start off with one or two RTAs, what areas that they're trying to target this, and that can shift over time, and it can expand. They can say, okay, because sometimes what as a city you don't really want to do is offer this if it's not needed. So you want to put it where it is needed, because if the construction is going to happen anyway, let it happen. So it's used to spur investment that wouldn't happen, and used to spur affordable housing. So those two things.
But it can be, but additional RTAs could be added. That's sort of what CTAC is doing. They've done well, and now they want to expand their RTA to additional parts of the city. So we can look into the zoning question you had.
Yeah, I see Mr. Oborn's got a comment on this.
I can add a little bit, but I think our Development Services Director can kind of answer too. I think we, make sure I'm right here, I think we envision this kind of dovetailing into our comprehensive plan. We kind of have an area in mind that we can tweak, and we may make it more easier. Some of our older R1 areas were easier for it to convert. So that's kind of the thinking, but we're going to, it's part of our plan, and we'll dovetail it in. And I'm just checking with Dave. I think I'm on target here in my response. So we're kind of winging it a little bit, but it's more his expertise. But go ahead.
Thanks, Blaine. You've heard of the triangle that we've talked about, which is the area running from the south end, from the area where the water is up towards, you go up Midway all the way to Highway 20, come back down Highway 20 to where you get to Pioneer, and then you come back over the bottom of it back to Midway. That's an area of concentration we've been talking about a lot lately, and we think a private investment could work there in terms of infrastructure in particular. So that's one area we'd like to focus on. It's known as the Midway area as well as the Old Town area. So there's a lot of possibilities of where we could direct this multifamily tax exemption program to.
Yeah, and some of those distressed areas we talked about in CAC in our last discussion, this is the additional tool we kind of envision going into that area.
Well, you know, and I think that for me, you know, is probably going to be the biggest challenge and biggest discussion we're going to have, right? I think offering all three programs, 8, 12, and 20, which, you know, we have that option of doing, I think makes sense. And I think, you know, making a few barriers or obstacles above and beyond the requirements, you know, makes sense too. Being strategic about this though, right? We've got some projects underway, and when you say, you know, we maybe not want to be putting it out there everywhere, at the same time, I think some of those projects we have the ability to maybe provide incentive for some below market rate housing in those existing developments that are proposed that currently don't have below market rate housing in them. I think if they were to sit down and do the math, and they would look at that 12 or that 20-year program, and they would then figure out the tax savings for that, they may find that is conducive, which would be conducive to the citizens of our community having that housing available to them. So I think that's the discussion we really need to have. We really need to not only be looking at that long-term future and drawing that area and saying, you know, hey, if we have this long-term, people will come, but we need to be probably looking at that shorter-term window and looking for opportunities. I know, for example, Island County recently purchased a property that's not in that zone, that is zoned multifamily, that I think they're shopping around for a developer. Ideally, they would like to see a below market rate developer come. That is, you know, part of their housing action plan, part of you know, what they're trying to do. You know, and you know, that could certainly, I think, assist them in their endeavors in doing that. But it's far outside that zone. So I think that's going to be our challenge, right? Creating the pockets, creating them effectively, and really, you know, trying to create a program that's actually going to work, right, that people are actually going to take advantage of, rather than just having a program that we toss up on the shelf and said, okay, there we did it, right, and it's done, and there you go. So I think we're going to need to be a little strategic about those locations.
Yeah. A couple things on details that we didn't go into, which could impact your comments. For people, for an owner to get the multifamily tax exemption, they have to, under the state law, they have to apply for it before they get building permits. So any projects that have a building permit today, can't do it. And with the county property, if the county was the owner, it'd be public property, so they wouldn't be paying property tax, and so they wouldn't be benefiting from this, unless they sold it to a different party.
Yeah, I think their intent is to move it on to a private party developer, right?
Okay,
And
great.
so there's that incentive there. And as far as permitting, when you say building permits, I assume you're using that word building permit literally, right? Because
Yes.
we've got several projects that are in the plat stages, right, where the building plans themselves have not been submitted
Okay.
as of yet.
That will work then, yes.
Yeah, Ray
Yes.
thought there were probably projects that he knew of now that could benefit, so.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you, Counselor Wiesner. Counselor Munns.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Definitely need it, and we definitely need it in a certain range of money. What have been the problems about people suddenly up in arms saying, not in my neighborhood, not next to my house? Or is that slowly, I mean, we're on an island and we're considered a rural community and our mean wage is below the state average. So we really need it, and we need good construction, and we need good housing and different types.
Yeah.
So I'm just,
You know, in almost every project I've been involved with, either from the public sector or the private sector, there's always someone who says, I don't want that to go in. You know, that's my private dog park, if it's a green field, so, and I presume, and David could confirm that if true, that I'm sure there's lots of complaints about whatever gets built in Oak Harbor as well. And there may be some individuals who even feel more strongly about that with MFTE, but the thing, it also depends on what the AMI is. So if we are doing an AMI of 80%, you know, really, that could be a teacher. It could be a firefighter. So it isn't necessarily someone who's not working. So 80% AMI is very different than 20% AMI. And so, yes, there will be opposition because there will be opposition to everything. But we wouldn't expect pitchforks and torches, although I don't know Oak Harbor that well, and hopefully there aren't, you know, a bunch of pitchforks and torches outside when we leave. But no, I would think this would be relatively uncontroversial in that spectrum of really, really controversial. So drug rehab centers or multifamily, it'll be relatively good, relatively.
And it'll go through all
Yeah.
the same permitting, you know, it'll go
Yeah.
through everything.
Yeah.
that Any project is going through now, you know, it would be through all the same types of permitting process, so.
so with the advantage, how hard is it a city like the finance director to be sure we're going to get through the audit when people apply for things? Is because we're only charging so much to give them the advantage, and then they have their own business audit? I mean, I'm just wondering, you know, you don't want accusations where, oh, they're gifting to this one builder
Sure.
because they like, I'm just,
Yeah, you do want a finance person to work with your planner or your housing person on this. That's what the state recommends for any city who's doing this. And the State Department of Commerce really works closely with cities on this. I mean, those are totally fair concerns. And I think there's a lot of good guidance from the state to help you with that. But they really recommend that each city has sort of one person who works kind of with the permitting and the developer, and a finance person in the city who's also well aware of the program and understands just those concerns. So that's a totally reasonable question to have, and I think there's lots of experience out there to deal with it.
To give you a plug here, that's part of the reason why we want a consultant to kind of walk us through this, because you've already had experience in other communities, so.
Right, and just to add on to what Cheryl said, there's a specific carve-out in state law on the gift of public funds provision, which I believe you were referring to, that specifically allows for affordable housing. And so MFTE falls under that, and so this would not be seen as a gift of public funds. We're okay there, but good question, very good question.
Well, it'll be a learning curve for everyone, and we don't have any huge areas, so it can't be this humongous. It would be here or here, I mean, kind of like pockets here and there, which should fit in very nicely with different types of housing for different needs. So it wouldn't be like just one huge, humongous neighborhood. But I just trying to look. Sometimes things look too good, and I
Right.
want to be sure. Do we know the pitfalls or the stumbling blocks to be sure that it goes? You don't want your first project to fall apart.
Right.
Don't want that either.
So, I mean, you want it to be a success so that more people want to, and maybe the county will be more helpful. So, anyway.
Yeah, true. Well, and I don't think we mentioned that you can go all the way down to a fourplex and do MFTE. So it could be that small. It doesn't have to be a 200-unit apartment building. And with all the new legislation that's been passed by the legislature just in the session that ended a month ago, there's going to be a bunch of Oak Harbor that's currently single-family homes that now can actually allow fourplexes, and I think everywhere is duplexes, because that was the cutoff at 25,000 people and up, and I believe Oak Harbor, congratulations, I think you're 25,008. So unless you get a large family to move out, your zoning is going to become much more permissive just because of what happened with the state. And so if there's an MFTE in a section, or in a part of town now, and if it happened to be on a high-capacity rail or a high-capacity transit line, each within a quarter mile of that, each of those single-family homes could build a quad, a fourplex, and so conceivably could come in and ask for the MFTE. So these are moving targets. Legislature changed the goalposts less than a month ago, and yes, and we will have to get information from the assessors. So this shouldn't be such a working process, but it is.
But lots of options.
Yes.
Lots more options than there used to be.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Munns. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, seeing none, we will close up that agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Hempstead and Ms. Swab. Appreciate it. And then we will jump back to Parks and Recreation. I see our Parks and Rec Director, Brian Smith, is here, and he will review the item on staffing proposals.
Afternoon, Council. Thanks for accommodating me. I actually kind of preferred that. Housing is a very heavy and important topic. This will be a little lighter, a little more fun, kind of like eating your vegetables before you get to dessert. Yeah, so we want to touch base with you and talk a little bit about the structure of the department as we continue to grow and move forward and make improvements and staffing support for the programs that we offer. So just a little bit, just to give some framework to this discussion on the Parks and Recreation Department, created last year from Marina Senior Services and Parks Maintenance. We repurposed the park manager full-time slot to hire on the Parks and Recreation Director. We also, along with that, just to give you a little history, that position was held previously by a manager that worked very much in the field, and so we kind of lost someone in the field there. We had also transferred a parks maintenance slot over to streets about 10 years ago, and then during the the recession had removed one of the slots in parks before that. So, in the last 10 to 15 years, we've lost about 3 positions in parks. And it's been, I actually don't know when the last time we added a slot to parks was. One of the comments that came from approval of the budget was a recognition of need for some additional assistance in our parks staffing. We also have a need for recreational programming for all ages. That's something that was pretty immediately identified. We know that we need to renovate and revitalize a lot of our facilities that are reaching end of life use in both the marina as well as a lot of our parks. The center itself is coming to its end of useful life. We'll have to do some planning around what the next generational needs are for that facility. And then we want to make sure that we're able to offer the standard of service and amenities that our residents deserve. We're looking for revenue sources for improvements and growth in these areas, and looking to make sure that we're structured to support the future vision for the city as identified in the comprehensive plan and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So this is the current structure of the department as was authorized in the budget. The Parks Coordinator position has not yet been hired. We recently made the change and filled our arborist position from one of our park specialist positions. This takes that position a little bit out of some of the park maintenance duties, but is able to help a lot with the street tree assessment and helping residents with trees in the right of way and different things like that. That has been sorely needed and covered by other departments. So the changes we're looking at as we go forward from this structure, start with senior services. So we're looking to do a reconfiguration of that department. We'll change the name of the division to a community recreation division rather than senior services. Senior services will continue to operate under the umbrella of that division. We will just start expanding those programs from older adults to programming for all ages, especially in arts programming. We have a funding source already for that. We just have lacked the staff and some of the supervision to be able to create those programs. Sports field reservations is an area that was typically handled by our utilities staff. We're bringing that in-house, as well as trying to help Mikhail with some of the special event permitting. Community therapeutic recreation and special needs and adaptive programs are also an area where we have a whole niche of our community that is completely underserved and not a lot of programming in the community for that. I think Blaine and I are both starting to get a little tired of meeting with the public to talk about, hey, we need programming, we need things for families to do, for kids to do, for us to do on date night. How do we keep people, especially young adults, here in the community? What are those amenities that we can provide? So to help support some of that, we're going to reclass Liz's position, our Senior Services Administrator, to our Community Recreation Manager, and do a little tweak there in her job title. We'd like to hire on a new position, which is a Recreation Coordinator. That position will oversee a lot of that new programming. They'll also assist with the besides development of programs, park reservations. As I said, was previously done by utility staff, and the event permitting, insurance reimbursement processing for our fitness classes, invoicing, including instructor and site management payments, tracking league contracts and payments, helping us with community events. Also give us some flexibility in staffing to be able to extend hours and evening programs at the center and some of our other facilities. And then that position will help with recreation program revenue and also field rental revenue. Liz's position will oversee that, as well as 2 part-time senior travel drivers. That is part of the travel program, and then part-time seasonal sports officials and instructors that go under the recreation coordinator, and those are all just staff to implement those programs. And those staff are all pretty much supported by program revenue that comes in. So this is what that change in structure looks like. We benchmarked the positions against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other communities that had recreation coordinators, as well as for Liz's position. So it just adds in a recreation for all ages as branch into there. Now, the future of this is eventually we would like to continue to grow programming, especially arts programs, to the point that we have a arts supervisor that would help with that. We might also add in under the senior programs coordinator, therapeutic and adaptive programs, and maybe even spin that off if we have enough programs and revenues to support an additional position where staffing needs help there. We have amazing staff. Liz and her team are incredible, very passionate and very dedicated to quality of life services that they provide in the community. They're the right team to make this happen. I have full confidence in them, and excited to see what will grow and be offered here in the community. We could talk a little bit about those recreation programs if you want as well towards the end here. Parks positions. So we'd like to tweak that position that was approved in the budget, the parks coordinator, reclass that to a supervisor. It's not to the level of a parks manager, but will be able to assist me with some of the infrastructure improvements that we'd like to make in our park system, as well as some of the new facilities we want to put online. And then a new park specialist. So this is an additional position. We have a current seasonal temp that we got through the winter. That position goes away here in June. And this is probably the area that we need the most help in, addressing a lot of our custodial issues in the parks, maintaining restrooms and cleanliness of the parks, servicing trash receptacles, trails, and then also helping with flower beds and different things like that in our downtown areas. A park specialist, part-time park specialist as well to help with that. And then we will make some adjustments to our current maintenance lead to have them out in the field to give us additional help with maintenance. So these positions are pretty much covered by the transition of Parks and Recreation out of Public Works and just reallocating some of that funding for support of these positions. And we'll show you that coming up and how that plays out. So here's the changes to that. Really, it's just tweaking that coordinator position a little bit and then adding a park specialist 1 and a part-time park specialist as budget allows. The park supervisor will oversee facility rentals. They'll be our project manager for a lot of our infrastructure initiatives. They'll do some division administrative duties, and like I mentioned, we'll have some general fund savings from public works supervisory changes. Arborist was already approved, and we had Bob present last month. You got to meet him in his new role. And the park specialist, like I mentioned, when Hank, who was our park manager, retired, we lost one person in the field. We lost a position of streets in 2011 that was never backfilled. And then we want to just be able to keep those current staffing levels as we lose this temporary position. This also allows us to be able to pull people for special projects. That's one area that hurts the most when we have requests from streets or other divisions wanting to help with infrastructure projects. It's very difficult to say yes to those requests, as our maintenance needs right now, we barely are able to keep up with current level. However, I don't think any of our staff are particularly happy with the level of service that we're able to provide. A lot of our parks are outdated. Some of them are out of code compliance that we really need to address. We want to be able to have a park system that the community's proud of, that they're able to bring family and friends over for a barbecue or go hang out with their family and feel like, this is an amenity that we really enjoy having in our community. For the marina, we are looking to reclass one of our positions for an assistant harbor master. This gives us a little bit of help for Chris, who's helping me with a lot of very heavy projects, a lot of big needs at the marina for both dredging and reconfiguration of the marina, as we look at how do we make sure that that is a viable and vibrant facility that is helping with our economic development in the community and an asset to the community for generations to come. That facility really has reached its end of life. So as we look at those opportunities to transition that and revitalize that, this position will help christen that, give some help with operational projects, act as a lead for maintenance techs, and it also helps us a little bit with succession planning. This position is paid for out of our operational expenditures and reserves, which we're doing well in. Chris and I looked at it very carefully. We're very sensitive to any additional expenditures we pull from the marina because that is an enterprise fund, the only one out of a division out of our department, and so we've looked carefully at that to make this recommendation. So that just moves one of those maintenance positions into the assistant harbor master position. And we're trying to solve a lot of our issues with staffing with technology. We recently implemented DACWA, which takes a lot of the work that our operational specialist at the marina was having to do with registration for moorings and a lot of the billing and invoicing. And we continue to look for technology solutions in all of our different areas. Liz has been able to implement Civic Rec. We're now starting to do field rentals with that. We'll be able to use that for calendaring and coordinating between the leagues, which will help a ton, especially as we look to bring on a lot of new league programs. We had rugby start up this year, which is super exciting, and that program is just starting up, but we hope that's going to continue to be a success and grow. So as we look at implementing new sports fields and additional inventory, that we're able to expand some of those programs, we want to make sure that we're in a situation on the back end with our infrastructure and systems that we can support those additional opportunities for both public-run programs and private-run and nonprofit-run programs. So this gives you a good overview of some of the changes in the department. Most of those are just little tweaks to the structure. As far as additions, we're really just looking at the Parks Specialist 1, a part-time position, and then the Recreation Program Coordinator and the support instructors and sports officials for that, as well as our senior travel drivers for our travel program. As far as funding, we have a savings of $107,000 from the reconfiguration of Parks and Recreation out of Public Works that went from the general fund into supervisory salaries. And then we have anticipated $186,000 for program revenues, and that's based on comparable actuals from similar communities and programs, which I've run. And we are looking at developing those and hoping to hit that benchmark within about 2.5 years. We're starting kind of at the end of the year, so obviously these expenditures are not just a one large hit. As we hire people on, that grows organically with the revenues. So the total project is funding is $293,000, and then for staffing, here are the costs for the changes to the recreation manager, the new position for the recreation coordinator, the part-time staff additions, and then the tweak to the existing parks coordinator, and then a new park specialist, and then the tweak to the harbor master. So we designed this to be able to balance out that revenue, so we don't have any negative impact to the general fund. Now, this is actually you can actually take the assistant harbor master out of this equation, since that's a separate enterprise fund. So that actually gives us a little bit of cost savings there. So after phase in, the funding is projected to cover the reorganizational expenditures. And David Goldman will be presenting that, I believe, in June. Is that right, Blaine, June? When we make those supplemental appropriation changes. And I just want to share with you again, just a little bit about our staff and what we're working on. So, our staff are really our best brand ambassadors. You know, they interact with the community, they build those relationships, they help members feel welcome, and help them find a friend when they're at our facilities and in our parks, and feel that sense of community. And our department really has a growth mindset. Our organization is constantly looking to innovate, especially in using technology to enhance our programs and operations. We have an active and healthy community that values quality recreation and fitness activities, and we want to produce amazing services for them, programs and services that they deserve. Our citizens are in very, I'll say they care loudly at us about these issues. They are not shy about voicing their need of what we need in our community and what they'd like to see happen. And we're happy to rise to the challenge to give them that experience and sense of community that they desire. Touched a little bit about recreation programming. When I presented back in January to the council, just give a little bit of vision for you of what we're looking for and what's possible in our community, kind of raise the vision for our residents of the things that we can have here. These are some of the ideas. It's not a comprehensive list, but some of the ideas of programs that I've successfully run and suggestions from the community as I've talked with them on different programming that they'd like to see. Fitness classes were definitely a large ask. And these are some of the things that we already offer for older adults, and we'd like to expand that for all ages. Art classes, this is something that we have a little bit of in the community with RISE, and we'd like to just supplement that and offer some fun, whether it's you're looking for a date night activity, or you want to have the kids check out different activities, see what interests them. We want to be able to provide a comprehensive range of offerings for all ages to test the waters and see if there's a new hobby that they want to get into. So here's some of the dance classes we'll look at, as well as arts for both crafting, visual arts, painting, music, even things like cake decorating, which are really fun programs, fun visuals. Youth programs, looking at gardening, arborist programs. We have a great grant that we're going after to help support that. And just fun, quality of life type programming, even looking at things like gymnastics, Rubik's Cube Club, which is super fun to watch those guys learn how to speed cube and do competitions, Lego League, girls coding, which is a really cool program that gets girls into more STEM type activities. The Pacific Science Center offers support and has a lot of different funding opportunities for communities that offer STEM programming. And then looking at top programming, which is kind of a softball pitch for any community. You can never offer enough. I honestly could build a rec center and just offer top programming, and it'd probably fill up. We have a lot of moms in the community that are at home looking for something to do to connect with other stay-at-home or work-at-home moms, and so providing some of that programming. Athletics, we want to look at offering feeder programs into some of the great leagues that we have in the community with some of that Smart Start soccer and basketball, baseball, some of those fun little programs. And then NFL and both NFL and MLB offer different levels of starter programs for top programming, but then also things that we can partner with the school district, like a mountain bike club, beginner training, doing things like skateboarding classes and stuff like that. Adult programs, everything from genealogy, water skiing, self-defense, American Sign Language, all kinds of different things like that. Adult athletics, an area that we hear a lot of desire for. And some of these programs might look a little unique, like ladies roller derby or adult kickball. Super fun programs that I've seen just absolutely take off, and people just get into them. Therapeutic recreation, like I mentioned, is something that I think is lacking in the community that we really would like to be able to support. The ICANN program offers some great assistance with different programs for biking, swimming, and dancing. Individuals who thought they would never be able to participate in these kind of activities learn how to do this. These are the kind of programs that started my career and really gave me a sense of calling in helping people of all abilities remove barriers to participation and recreation. Supporting Special Olympics, inclusive day to play for art, as well as adaptive recreation programs, things like wheelchair basketball, which you can totally fund through grant programs that are readily available. And then events. And when I talk about events, just activations of our park spaces and just getting the community involved with getting them out, getting them into the downtown area. As we make some of these infrastructure revitalizations, we want to support that with activations that pull the community out, and they're interacting with their friends and neighbors. Things like, remote controlled boats around the lagoon, or whether it's little tournaments or a daddy-daughter dance or a family masquerade ball, movies in the park, performances downtown, different things like that. So, as we go forward, we're looking for council support in our staffing structures to be able to engage in these kind of things to support the community needs. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Tim, could we get oh, there it goes. The other screen went off. But it's up now. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate it. And I believe I saw Councilor Munz's hand go up first. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Are you going to pull for the community for instructors or start new programs? I know there are churches that do quite a few mother-toddler programs that are already in. There's a great yoga studio up on Fidalgo. Good instructor, our community college. I've taken Pilates there and a senior program. So, I mean, these are great. It's very, very exciting, but are you going to run out of town? Some of these small businesses, this is their niche. My granddaughter, there's two rises. One just bought an old bank building and they just started tumbling and stuff. So if we offer tumbling, what's going to happen to this new business? Where are you coming from for offering all this stuff and where? I mean, it's fine, but we're not Bellevue. We're not, yes, we are growing and it's exciting. I remember my kids paid $5 on a Wednesday. They had a Parks and Rec staff. They glued things together and they were happy as a clam. They were outside and someone other than mother or dad was helping them with something. So I see all of this. I just don't know where you're coming from. I mean, I know you have worked in big places and you've had lots of programs, and we need to improve the living for our kids and people and get them out. The senior center's been running the pickleball court schedule, and I mean, there's a lot of little stuff around, and I see us just swooping in and wiping that all out. I mean, Councilman Marshall has worked to build up the football, and there's a cheerleading thing, and yet I see all these things. So are you going to be, I'm just lost. It's exciting, but what happens to our community to make it a community? Sometimes that's some of the best programs because the community gets together and they organize it.
Yeah. Great.
And the money. I've never seen this much money taken out at once from the general funds. Will that be every year, those paychecks? It's always out of the general fund? I mean, I'm balancing, I would love to expand, but I just see this as, things are tight. And the marina, the new position, well, that's exciting to help Chris, but it used to be the senior center when it was that, and the marina were both enterprise funds. And the marina's money only comes by who rents slips. You know, it's not, and those people work hard to get tools and stuff to replace things. And I mean, there isn't an extra income. And now we're going to tax because we need dredging. That's not coming out of the general fund. We have the study, fortunately, by ARP, the community. But do you see where I'm coming from? This is a lot, and it's mammoth. And just, if you could give me a little hint, I'll come and make an appointment with you to find out more. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. We have a bicycle club that rents Fort Nugent and has a wonderful tournament there. So now we're offering bicycle riding, and the Navy has summer programs for kids. And sometimes they let townies, but they may not be doing it, but they have. So thank you.
Okay. Sorry, did you?
No, you're up. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Great comments and questions. You had a lot there, so I'll try and make sure I get around to answer each one of those points. No, so if I miss something, let me know. So first of all, so I just came from a community of 10,000, and before that I worked at a community of 20,000. I have worked in larger communities of 116,000, but these are all communities that fully support recreational programs, rec centers, art centers, all these things. It's interesting perspective of, can our community actually have all these things? The answer is an absolute yes. For our size and makeup, yes. We can have a full, comprehensive offering of things for people to do for all ages and ability levels. The center is not an enterprise fund. That's part of the general fund. The marina is an...
It changed. A long time ago, it changed.
Okay. The marina is an enterprise fund, and yes, we're going to have to look at a lot of different alternative revenue sources to get some of those large infrastructure projects done, right? So this staffing help, as we continue to let the facility dilapidate a little bit, maybe that's a strong word, but continue to age out, we have more and more maintenance needs. And that pulls more and more of Chris's time. And as we work on these, he needs help. I worry about burning out staff. Honestly, that's where a lot of this comes from. And so we look very carefully at the budget to make sure that we can support that in the operational expenditures as far as the marina. For these other areas, the list that I showed you, a lot of different programs. Like I said, those are all ideas of programs we can run. That's the community's going to inform us what they want. These are both suggestions that I've gotten from the community members as well as things that I've run before. I don't imagine we'll run every single one of those right off the bat. We'll grow organically. We'll offer a handful of programs. One, we need to make sure we have the staff to support those programs. But reciprocal, right? The staff are supported by the programs. So the programs pay for the staff. This is not a impact to the general fund, right? This is it's like a special revenue fund, right? Revenue comes in from the fees, and that supports the equipment and supplies and staffing to run those programs. So we price our programs to make sure that we can support that. And then that will just kind of grow as staff and community demand, right? At some point, there will be a balance of that. Now, you're absolutely right. We have a lot of great partners in the community that run activities and recreation for all kinds of people. I mean, we have, besides RISE, we have the Pool Park and Recreation District that runs programs. We have the Navy that runs programs, Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers Big Sisters. I mean, even the movie theaters and the skating rink, they run programs. So there really is not a silver bullet, one organization that can meet all the needs of the community. And so we will look at where are those gaps in services, where are those gaps in programming, where's the pain for the families where, man, I wish we had this, or gosh, I really need to get involved, or here's my wellness goals, here's my fitness goals, I want to get in shape, I want to be more active, what's available for me, whatever those are. We want to find out where the need is, which is the role of government, right? To fill the gap in services. And so, community will inform us on how to proceed with that. And it's not ever been my experience in other communities that public recreation puts private recreation out of business. In fact, quite the opposite. It's usually a feeder program into private recreation. And, I was asked by Councilor Hoffmeyer when I was being interviewed for this position, what's one of the most important things that you think you'll have to do when you come in? And my answer to him was partnering, and that's still my answer, collaboration. And how do we work with all these different groups to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our residents? But not just that, not the needs of how we have met needs, but how do we elevate that service level? How do we improve the quality of life in our community? How do we grow the vision for residents of what's possible to enjoy? A family should be able to register their kids for programs. If the adults want to go on a date night and do a fun activity, and what's going on this weekend, what draws us downtown into our businesses, those are all areas that we're looking to fill as a full service Parks and Recreation department.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilor Hoffmeyer.
That's a lot to unpack there. Some of it's conflicting. We know we need to get another laborer in the parks, and all of us want to get to where we can offer more recreation programming for the community. This council, and I think staff as a whole, myself included, we do try very hard to get yes. To get to yes. It was just at one of the most recent meetings, though, where our police chief stood where you're at and, said that we needed to talk, that there's a need for 2 or 3 more police officers, for instance. And this does seem like a very large amendment to the biennial. That said, I know that the 23 and 24 budget could handle it. What really concerns me is if you look at the state's 25, 26 revenue projections, and unlike COVID, to where sales tax revenue stayed steady or even went up a little, that doesn't seem to be what we're headed into right now. So if there's already a potential for cuts possibly, and we've got very real life safety issues that need funded. I'm concerned in a way there to see the 100 different programs we could offer. That's all cool and that's fine. If it was more broken down and these are the 10 or 15 programs we are going to offer, when this whole thought is more developed, maybe there will be a way to get to yes. It's certainly. This issue feels like it needs its own workshop almost, and it's probably a lot more than a consent agenda item. But this is exciting, and I know this is something the community needs. We only get one shot at it. If we take a stab at it here and mess it up, and we have to withdraw from all of this in a year and a half, then we've probably done more harm than good. So I want to make sure we're doing this right, and we might need to go a little slower than this year. But I thank you for everything, and look forward to the finance director's input on this coming up as well, and some more back and forth on this. But thank you.
So if I could speak to that comment just real quick, one of the neat things about this structure and these programs is that it allows us to be able to support tax subsidized areas, right? So this is revenue that comes in through fees, user fees, that allows us to then, because we price and program above our direct costs, allows us to then supplement other areas that don't bring in those fees, right? And I can give you 101 examples of this in all areas, from both programming as well as facilities. We have gone and improved sports fields, and our sport field revenue, goes up. We took a dilapidated pool that was just a money pit and a drain, and a couple other facilities that was just a suck of $300,000 out of the general fund, and completely turn that around to where it's fully subsidized and giving money back into the general fund. So that's why it's so important to have this growth mindset of, yes, we can just keep on maintaining our services, programs, and facilities at the same level as they slowly get older and older and require more and more maintenance, or we can put a little investment in the front end and be able to be financially viable and sustainable into the future, drawing in more of the kind of quality of programs and facilities that the community desires.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So Brian, I'm excited about some of this. Let's just start with the easy one. The Harbor Master. As you know, we've got some things ahead of us, right? That some opportunities ahead of us to become more of a full-service marina. We've got the dredging project. We've got some talks about some crazy changes that some folks up here on council are talking about with the marina, and so I'm glad to see that we're going to get some time. Some assistance for Chris so that he can focus on those long-range planning needs. I agree, as that structure and as that facility continues to age, we're going to have to be more and more creative of how to maintain it, how to refacilitate it, and how to take advantage of some of these things we've got coming ahead of us. And I think Chris is the right guy to do that. We just got to give him the time to be able to work through that. So, and also the whole idea of having somebody in place to replace him when it becomes time. I think obviously is just long range thinking, right? That's what we're here for, right? That's our job, right? So, parks. I'm excited to see us get some park specialists back on board. As you and I have talked, we have some real challenges in our crown jewel. The park was not designed for easy maintenance. In fact, just this morning I received the first citizen complaint as far as the condition of the lawn down there. As we all look at our lawns that we are mowing, it seems like every other day now because it's growing quite quickly, and they're all green and they're lush, and then we look at our park and we're already starting to see the signs of browning. And
we had a line break.
Yeah. Well, we had a line break, but we also know that watering down there isn't the solution, right? We threw a ton of water at it, and we know we've got some work to do on topsoil and plugging and aerating and some things that were created for us now we have to deal with that are going to create more maintenance. And it is important that we staff you guys so that we can be proud of that park. I can tell you that the picture, I say this every year, I'm sorry if it's a repeat, but the picture, of course, I even got this morning from the constituent was his kids rolling around in South Whidbey Park's lush green grass down there. I'd sure like to, we realize it's a hard park to maintain, and we've got some work to do down there, and I'm glad we're getting you the personnel to do that, and hopefully we can deal with some of those weeds that are growing out of the zip strips and stuff like that just it's just maintenance, right? Extra maintenance. The thing I'm most excited about, Liz, right? The community recreation manager. As you know, this is something that was near and dear to my heart, not only for the seniors in our community and the adults in our community, but most importantly for the kids. When I was growing up here, we had a program, and it was self-sustaining. It sustained itself. It was not a draw on the budget. Unfortunately, we fell into some budgeting issues, and the reality is Parks Department got cut, and we made some decisions to cut some programs that we probably shouldn't have cut, right? Because those are some of the programs that, like I say, self-sustain. I'm a firm believer in build it and it will come. And I'm a firm believer that if we do this right and understand that, most of these recreation programs are timed during the time of the year when most people are looking for activities. They're typically shorter term programs. They're typically not like the dance program typically wouldn't be a year or 2 year long commitment to dance. It would typically be a few week section, and then, of course, if you wanted to move on to another section, you could. And so, I don't know that we're necessarily competing against, the businesses in the community. In fact, I think some of those businesses could be vendors for this program, because the reality is there's power in numbers. When you take these classes and you put more people in them, the cost to provide them decreases, and it makes it more affordable for more people to do, especially in that segment, especially, if they're looking at, I'm just looking for a way to fill my July and my August, right? I'm not looking for a commitment to a dance program year-round. July and August, is a time of the year where we're often looking for activities for our kids. So I really think that these can be self-sustaining programs. I think that we can grow them to a size where they become economically feasible, not only economically feasible, but more affordable for the people in our community that wouldn't have the opportunity at going to some of the private places. And I don't think that we will be competing with the private place, because again, we're talking a little bit shorter term programs. We're not talking about taking a child and spending the next 6 years with them and taking them from nothing to make them a professional dancer. In fact, I'm so confident, in that statement. I'm going to tell you, Brian, that the challenge we're going to have, and this is a statement I'm going to make right now, that I want to make sure that no child's left behind in our community programs, right? That's going to be the challenge we have, right? Making sure that no child is left behind. So I pledge to you that as we move forward with these programs, and Liz, get with me, and I'll work with the local community organizations on behalf of the city to set up scholarship programs, right? To make sure that we have funds set aside so that any child who wants to participate in one of these programs can, right? And not on the backs of the taxpayers and the citizens, right? Because again, we need to make these self-sustaining, right? So I think that's the challenge we're going to have to be prepared for, right? That when we come out with these programs, making sure that we have a mechanism in place that everybody's welcome and everybody's inclusive in these programs, which, unfortunately, guys, isn't part of the private business sector, right? I mean, the private business sectors, we've got a lot of people with big hearts, but they also have, bills to pay and businesses to run, and that's a place where the city can step in, for the kids and the adults and the seniors who wouldn't be able to, do it through some of the normal programs. And then we can, put to bear the relationships we have and the understandings we have with the community organizations around here, like, our partners, Island Thrift and Rotary Club, for a few, right? To make sure that everybody has a chance. So I'm really excited about that. I do, and I think I said this to you, Brian, one of the first times we meet. I realize that there's going to be some sort of an investment the city's going to have to put into this to get this thing off the ground. And I understand Councilmember Hoffmeyer's concern and Councilmember Munn's concern. But let's face it, we are in a reasonable position right now, this year and next year. We can't control what's going to happen in the years forward. But I think we can step up to the plate to help develop these programs, and then let you guys know that you got a window, right? You got a window in which to develop these programs and make them self-sustaining, right? Because, we don't want these to be a burden. We want these to be a plus to the city. And I really, truly think we can do that. And so I'm really excited about the vision you've got, and just wondering when we're starting our first summer camp. What, July 1st or June 15th? Is that enough time? A couple of weeks, right? Again, thank you for the vision, and as you know from our conversations, this is near and dear to my heart, and certainly I'll do what we can to support it. Obviously, money's a driver. We're going to be cautious there, but at the same time, I am a firm believer, build it and they will come, and this is an area that is worth the risk, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, options create interest. That's why restaurants deliberately house themselves right next to each other, right? And I do appreciate your comment about especially like service groups, right? In fact, we have a lot of council members that are involved in service groups and working hard to kind of take them to the next level and bring in the next generation to support. And I think there's a lot of good partnerships happening there. They're already doing some neat programs and looking to make those programs better. So yeah, look forward to that.
Counselor Stuckey.
I do think I heard Councilman Wiesner offering to join me for the Twinkle Toes class. So he and I are going to get together
I
about
heard
that.
that too. Yeah.
Just a couple of questions. The recreation coordinator at 98,000. Just hearing a brief job description, that seems like a high salary. How did you come up with that?
That includes all compensation benefits, which makes up like 30% or so. Yeah.
Okay. I thought that might be the case. How would you be advertising, when we get to the point where you're doing these classes, how would you be advertising these classes, aside from the easy answer of, well, we'll put it on our website? What are you going to do that's non-digital?
Right, yeah. So we already offered newsletters from both the center and the marina, but we definitely want to develop an activity guide for the community. Most communities have them. We don't have it here yet. And I think that's also a great way to look at partnering with some of these other offerings is, we put in there all of our programs that the city's offering, special events coming up, you have remember the date, hey, here's an important meet the council date coming up, whatever. Maybe we offer some advertising space for private businesses that both help support the cost of the printing that brochure as well as promoting local businesses in our community. And then maybe we have spaces for our affiliated partners, whether that's the Pool Park and Recreation District or Boys and Girls Club of a program or event that's coming up that they can link to. That'd be one area that we're definitely look at. Technology is great. I'd love to look at a lot of different other technology opportunities, but you're right. I mean, not having that low tech option is also really important. Partnering with the newspapers. They have some great special event pages, both on their website, as we advertise, especially new programs. Once you get people in, it kind of just starts to perpetually grow because they fall in love with the instructors or whatever. But to get the word out, maybe we place an ad in the paper, hey, here's a new program that we're starting, come and take a look at it. We have a free day to play where they come in, and I've even done like a free half-week sports camp where like tots come in and participate in like these rounds of different Smart Start activities to see if they like it, see if it's for them, right? Because it's kind of heartbreaking for a parent to pay a registration fee and then 1 week into it, your kid's like, I don't want to do that anymore. So it gives them a chance to test it out and see what speaks to them.
I like that you mentioned activity guide. That's what I was hoping you'd say without me asking that specifically, because I was always used to getting the activity guide, but you took a step farther, and I like the idea of getting private businesses to, put some ads in there. That's great. My last question is, in that list, you did talk about some arts classes. Is there any chance of, we do have an arts budget that's, one would argue, is a little on the larger end for the moment. Can any of the arts budget be moved to supplement the arts classes? I know it's kind of a sticky of
Absolutely,
use, but
yes.
can that be taken from the arts budget?
So it is written that way in the code, and right now we only budget a portion of it every year. We'd like to budget all of it. I mean, there's no reason to keep a fund balance in there unless we're looking at a larger installation, which we would plan for. But those proceeds that come out of that, a great way to seed start a program until it's sustainable through program fees on its own without impacting general fund budget.
Because, and I know I'm not going to be exactly accurate, but I thought the arts budget was up to around 300,000 or so as it sits.
The fund balance, it brings in about 60,000 a year in proceeds.
Correct, and I think that is up to about 300 now. I mean, not that we can just take that and fund all those people for a year, but to give you an idea of how much is in that arts fund that could be moved to arts classes, an arts instructor, obviously how it's funded, but I'd like to see some of that money moved because that's what people are asking for with the arts. We want art appreciation classes. We want stuff that we can believe in as a community when it comes to arts, and this is kind of a segue into that. So thank you.
Yeah, we're currently engaged in placing some public art pieces that will take from that, and we have a couple on the horizon coming up. But yeah, that's only half of it, right? Placemaking. The other half is then engaging the community in those places.
Thank you. Councilor Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Brian, I appreciate all the work that went into this. I will be honest with you, I was a little frustrated when I first saw the proposal, just because when we talked about creating your position initially, there were some questions about what other positions they may potentially create and additional costs that may come along with it. But after giving it more thought, I appreciate that you came in and you took a look at everything that we've got going on and kind of identified where we got deficiencies and where we can build upon. And I too believe Commissioner Wiesner's belief that this could be self-sustaining and should be self-sustaining. I do have a few concerns in terms of how it's going to impact existing programs in terms of impact fees or some of the field usage fees, because this is a large amount of money that we're trying to then recuperate. And then do you foresee that we're going to have rising fees then for the existing leagues that are already using the fields?
No, it's not, that wasn't calculated in any of our budgeting for this.
Okay. And not to beat a dead horse, but I am kind of frustrated that you mentioned that the park staff is disappointed in the level of service that's currently being provided, yet we were told last week that we could take on more work, by doing the pool parks and rec district and stuff. And so it's a little frustrating to hear that we're not maintaining what we're supposed to be maintaining, but we were told that we could take on more. So all in all, though, I'm looking forward to this and the programs that you create and having this as part of our community offering. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. I have a few things written down here as well, and I agree with Councilor Hoffmeyer that this almost requires its own workshop. It's such an expansive topic, and what we have here really is kind of a chicken versus egg situation where we need staff to create a program that will then start to generate its own revenue, and so it will require an initial investment. And I do agree that the code allows for us to use some of the arts fund for whether it's the performing arts or the crafts. That's definitely a possibility. I want to clarify the funding and where it's coming from. The 107 that you have budgeted salary pulled from general fund for public works, is the 107, that is money that is already being spent that's just going to be shifted from public works?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the 186 that we anticipate will be funded eventually from program revenue.
Program revenues, yes.
The 186 is basically that's new money that you're asking for that we need to come up with. And is that for 1 year? To get things off the ground?
So we have enough in our reserves to comfortably be able to fund. Now, it's not going to end up being 186. We're already through one of the years, right? But we anticipate in about 2 years we should be able to get up to this level, right? So that's going to be a staggered growing expenditure that has the balance of revenue following after that.
Which leads perfectly into my next question. You mentioned a couple times the phase in. I would really love to see some kind of plan or document or presentation of what that phase in would look like. I'm guessing that you're not just going to hire every single one of these new employees right off the bat. What is the priority for, the highest priority positions, and what does that phase in look like specifically, if you've gotten that far? Obviously, you don't need to produce that right now, but that's what I'm hoping to see. Because if the council decided, well, maybe we can fund, part of this, it would be nice to see what the phase-in looks like, or maybe a couple of different options for where we can start and exactly how that will grow.
Sure.
It just, it's a big ask. And we said, do your job for a few months and then come to us with what you think you're going to need to pull this off, and you're doing that, and we appreciate it, but it's a big ask, so we're just kind of processing it.
So phasing in really is more talking about the growth of revenue. We have Liz's transition, we have a new full-time park or recreation coordinator, and then we'll have maybe a handful at most staff that we'll hire on pretty much immediately to support these programs as they come on. So depending on when we start it, we'll probably look at fall programming. So you're looking at like flag football. We'll probably offer, I don't know, maybe 3 adult programs, maybe a handful of kid programs. Unless they are specific instructors that have a technical skill, like a pottery instructor or something like that, we recycle a lot of those staff. So sports officials, we use them for multiple different programs. So you won't see a lot of growth in staff. If there is any growth in staff, it's simply because, let's offer some more programs. We can handle it. We feel like we want to continue. We haven't quite reached our benchmark, and there still seems to be demand in the community, so let's offer this program. Okay, well, we need another ref, or we need a specific dance instructor for that class, so we'll hire them on. So that all kind of, like I said, grows organically.
Okay, back to the 186 that is new funding that you are asking for. You mentioned that could come out of the reserves as a one-time get this plan off the ground. Am I understanding that correctly? Mr.
Yeah, I
Laporte?
think we're doing pretty well right now in 23 and 24. I think I concur and spoke to Councilmember Hoffmeyer, and I'm a little worried about going forward in 25 and 26. We just don't really know what we are, but a lot of this is really not. When I first talked about it, I thought it was more on the economy. It's really about the revenue we get. So, and the revenue, this is all dependent upon the revenue. On the phase-in, I envision you approve all the staffing, we will probably overdo it on our, because we will assume we can hire it as soon as we can. Some of them will phase in. Some of the reclassifications we could be done right away. On the revenue issue, I wouldn't budget any additional revenue coming in this year. Would probably phase in half of it in next year. And then my goal going forward, and I mentioned to Brian, he better in 2025, especially if it's a tight year for us, he better be hitting those targets. Otherwise, we'll have to lay off the programs, and that's unfortunately that's what happens sometimes in recreation. It goes up and down. Certainly COVID cut a lot of programming, and even though it could have been successful, you couldn't run the programs because of COVID, and so Park and Rec was one of the first areas that got hit. But I think as far as people are coming back, people really want to get out, and so I think this is a good opportunity to kind of be part of that kind of boom where people want to get out and do programming, and by us, it's probably a good opportunity. But yeah, it's a gamble though, and we'll have to see where it is. I think this is quite a lot, but I think this is probably par down from what Brian really wants to do, because the mayor and I are a little bit more conservative and really chewed on this, and you and I had talked about a long-term plan, and he kind of had that, but I think he kind of alluded to it, but I think that's going to be driven on where we're going. This is kind of the first phase here, and maybe it is the phase, this is our niche, and this is where we want to be or what. And then I asked him to do a lot of the programming, which is helping, but it's going to be, he's got a lot out there, but the market's going to drive what we're going to do. And we do have the opportunity to kind of, we already are in the recreation business, just the 50 and above, and so we've got some expertise there to kind of expand that. We've already got instructors and some of that, and you mentioned art is a good area. So those really expanding from what we have in senior services and expanding from in the art area are probably two areas that we can probably focus on where we already have some expertise and grow out of.
The fact that this will eventually, the goal is to be self-sustaining, makes it a little more palatable. It's not like you're asking us to dip into reserves for, normally if we were to add a position and pay an employee, then that's an expense that recurs every year, forever and just continues to compound. So if it's going to be a one-time expense, then, that's the kind of thing that the reserves are there for. So that does make it a little more palatable. And I think, your mention of these programs it was feeder programs, is that the word that you used? I think that makes a lot of sense. Rather than bulldozing over the things that the community is already doing and saying, we'll take it from here. You know, if these are short-term things that will generate interest. I think of several years ago, I took a self-defense class and it was like 2 solid days, and it really heavily incorporated Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which I had never heard of and knew nothing about. And in the course of that one class, I found out that I loved Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And at the time, there wasn't anything like that in town, but if there had been, I would have signed up. And so, you know, when we are able to offer a variety of things that will generate interest, I think the whole community will benefit, because then we will be sending business out to the people that do it, you know, year round. So it's, you know, we could certainly start with focusing on the kinds of programs that aren't already being offered, or the kind of programs that are being offered but are at capacity. And so there's a need there. It is really exciting. It is really exciting, and I love Councilor Wiesner's idea of getting the service organizations involved for the families that might not otherwise be able to afford these kind of activities. So it's ambitious, but I think it's a really bold step in a positive direction. So thank you. Appreciate it. Councilor Hoffmeyer.
One last question for the city administrator. So it was at one of the last meetings when Chief Dresker said that, you know, he did need 2 or 3 more officers, but that was a conversation for another day. Can we accelerate that conversation up to before we have this one, to make sure we can do both?
This one is revenue dependent. We're just doing it subsidized short term. The problem with the police officer is it really has to be funded out of the general fund. And the parks has always struggled because we really have 3 primary 100% general fund departments. We have police, fire, and parks. So unfortunately, parks has really struggled with that. I think long term, you know, we didn't put the police into the referendum. We talked about that. Anna Cordes did that in the referendum, and certainly we could put park in that too. In additional funding if the community wants to subsidize it, but there's a lot of opportunity going forward, and I'll have some further discussions with the chief on that issue.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, concerns from council on this topic? Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Do we need to take a break, or can we do it after CAC's presentation? Is that all right? Okay. Kek Mack, you are up next for our active transportation plan update.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Kek Mack, Principal Planner. Exciting items for discussion this afternoon. This topic is on the active transportation plan. What I'd like to do is give a short presentation. The idea or the intent for this is to just keep the city council informed of our progress on the project. And so I will quickly go through just to give you a refresher on how we started the project and where we are currently on the project, and then we'll open it up to questions and thoughts. So I have a short presentation. I will share my screen. All right, so I hope you can see that. The active transportation plan, this is a project that was initiated with some grant dollars from the Island County Regional Transportation Organization. We got some federal money, and the entire project is being funded through that funding source. So the City Council approved the contract to hire a consultant in December 2022, actually November of 2022, and WashDOT had to be the final approval because they are managing the project for us. And the first meeting with the consultant started in January. And since then, we've had meetings with the consultants every 2 weeks. We have a city team that involves people from planning, engineering, our public information officer, and people from finance for invoices and billing. So what is some of the progress that we've had on this project? We've had a engagement plan that was drafted and is currently being implemented. I'll go over that in a little bit. The consultants have already started to analyze some of the existing conditions and started looking at some of our existing plans to look at policies and project recommendations and so on. They are doing a network analysis based on all the information that they are researching, and already starting to talk about how to prioritize networks for pedestrians and bicycles. We're starting to already look at how the plan will look like from an outline standpoint, and start talking about the vision and the goals for the plan. So a lot of work has been done. The consultant is sharing a lot of information with us as a city team, and we wanted to share a lot of this information with the city council as we go, so that you're up to speed. So most of the attachments that are provided with the workshop are material that has been submitted to us from Tool Design. They are in draft form. Staff is working with them. Expect some to have minor changes to them as we move forward. If you do have comments and thoughts on some of them, please feel free to forward them to me. Like I said, this isn't a draft form. It's all a work in progress currently. So for the community engagement plan, what have we had so far? We've had a pop-up event, which was in the contract, and that's the tent that we had at Holland Happening. Some of you that attended that event saw us at the city tent. Some community outreach there. We got some good input during that process, and also got the word out on the web survey that we have. That web survey is still active. We have it active till June 3rd. So, and we also have a web map that people can go to and make comments on the map. And if the city council has not seen it, I would urge you to go take a look at it. You can connect to it from the city's website through the projects tab, get onto the active transportation plan website, and then work your way to the survey. And when you go look at the map, there's a little toggle switch that you can see other people's comment, and you can see how much input we've gotten from citizens in Oak Harbor. So good input so far. We created a steering committee for the plan that looks at the plan at 30,000 foot level. And we have representatives from Island County and from the state and Island Transit, school district, police department. So this is a committee that has members from a wide variety of agencies. They had their first meeting in April, and they have provided some input already on the project, and there'll be 2 more meetings for them. We'll go over that in terms of the schedule a little later on the slides. There has been focus group meetings. So the consultant has met with the Whidbey Island Bicycle Club and got input from them. Met with some of the Boys and Girls Club and the Opportunity Council. So there have been some focused meetings to provide opportunity for input. We've had some social media posts, which has also been successful in directing traffic to our survey. And what we have coming up is we probably have another touch point with the public, which currently is in discussion as a online virtual meeting. This idea is being discussed at the steering committee level and at staff level to see if that would be the best way to provide most number of people an opportunity, direct opportunity into what the plan will be proposing. So this will come later on. And we also, there's in the works a kind of stakeholder walk or bike ride. So when we have projects and proposals that are coming forward, maybe there's a chance for the city to organize some sort of a bike ride, maybe members of the city council, commissions, and other organizations. And hopefully this will be advertised widely, that even citizens can come and participate. And maybe we do a short ride to look at some of the proposals that are being suggested in the plan. So I think we got some exciting events coming up in terms of community engagement. One of the things that the consultants have done is they have looked at all our existing plans and at our codes to see where there could be improvements done to support active transportation. And they're starting to come up with some policy recommendations and some program recommendations. We just got some material in the last couple of days that we're going to discuss in the next meeting. And we'll bring all of those forward at the next touch point with the city council. So this is part of the existing conditions analysis. They looked at the infrastructure. They went and inventoried all of the crosswalks that are on Oak Harbor streets, and to get an idea graphically in terms of where these facilities are, so that we can take a closer look at them. They looked at all the existing bike trails. This is the biking facilities in Oak Harbor, and as you can see, we don't have too many. We have some of our trails along the waterfront, and then we have some disjointed trails along Whidbey Avenue and Oak Harbor Road. We definitely could use a lot more connections and build our network, so there's a lot of opportunity here in expanding the bike network. They're also looking at our land use. Land use plays a very important part in what citizens do and how they move around the city and how they recreate. And as you can see, we are heavily loaded along Highway 20 for our commercial uses. For communities to be walkable and bikeable, it's nice to spread some of these land uses throughout the community. So maybe the active transportation plan will have some recommendations in terms of land use changes that we can then incorporate into our comprehensive plan, which can then feed into some rezoning opportunities and some other remote commercial developments, maybe in the west side of town and in the southwest side of town. So they're looking at land use as well and having discussions about that as well. So some of the takeaways from the interviews that they've had, the waterfront, of course, is a key asset to the community. I think there's been a lot of reminders that we need to still keep focus on that area and keep improving that asset for Oak Harbor. Some of the challenges that were noted were about developments having challenges with providing facilities like bike racks and so on when there's no real network in the city to support it. So providing this plan and providing a backbone to support a network can leverage developments to provide facilities. And so it's like the chicken and the egg thing, we build it and they'll come kind of thing, where we need to have some code requirements to require these facilities. Again, the interest to coordinate with Island Transit and see how we can coordinate with them to improve active transportation with, they have bike racks on their buses, and their routes can be given importance in terms of how active transportation is developed and connections to them. So that was some of the takeaways that came from the staff interviews. And of course, storm management with anything new, paths, new surfaces, we always have the challenge of utilities. And of course, the note to make sure that we take into account the Island County Safety Action Plan and the opportunity for multimodal safety improvements. So what is the current proposed vision for the active transportation plan? It's very simple. It's to create a network that invites people of all ages and abilities to walk, bike, and roll throughout Oak Harbor. So this is a very simple vision, but it can have very long-standing consequences. Visions are usually very simple. You're trying to achieve a very simple task, but mostly these simple visions and simple goals take a long time to implement. Some of the goals that will help with that vision is how do we want to support mobility? Again, how to make it easy for anybody that's walking and biking and rolling. How can we make it comfortable and really attractive for them to use it? People shouldn't think too much about using their bicycles in Oak Harbor. They should do it. Health-wise, how we can promote the location of these facilities and how easy we make it has a direct relation to promoting physical and mental health of its citizens. And so definitely has a health element with the adoption of such a plan. Of course, we want to take into account safety. We want to see where there are points of conflict between pedestrians and bicyclists, and we want to make sure that we design our streets appropriately and also have either programs or educational material to improve the general knowledge for these users on the systems and the safety of the road. Of course, we want to have this plan be equitable. It should be accessible. It should provide opportunities for all income levels. It should connect to all income areas and provide service to them. So these are some of the goals that will help us look at projects from the plan for implementation. So this is some of the analysis that the consultant has done. They have looked at pretty much every intersection in Oak Harbor to determine what the stress level is for pedestrians crossing, and they've rated it. And so these ratings can help determine how we locate projects and how we locate bicycle and pedestrian corridors. No surprise here, we can see all the red dots are along the major arterial streets, Highway 20, Midway Boulevard, Regatta, Whitby Avenue. These are Swantown, Fort Nugent. These are where most of the red, the stress levels are increased, and this is naturally due to these streets being designed primarily for automobiles, many lanes to cross, higher speeds and so on, and therefore the stress levels are more along those. And this helps us develop policies or cross-sections on future channelization and so on. So also looked at the bicycle level of stress, and this looks at whether there are shoulders, whether there are how fast is the traffic and how many lanes are there and so on. And again, you can see the red, the level of stress 4 is mostly along the major arterials, and you can see the mainly because of the lanes and the speed limits. The consultant has also inventoried the sidewalk coverage for the city, and as you can see, the red is mostly where there are no sidewalks, and then there's blue and purple to indicate sidewalk either on both sides or one side of the street. And as you can see, the southeast section of Oak Harbor, primarily south of Whitby Avenue, east of Highway 20, and north of Pioneer Way, that's an area where the sidewalks are lacking. But it also is, I think, an area where bike networks and pedestrian networks are most needed or could benefit from. So it provides a unique challenge in this plan in terms of how we can address them. So we'll see how the proposals come back based on the community input and the analysis moving forward to see how we tackle some of these challenges. So that's mostly what I have for the council today. Just wanted to go over what we're looking at in terms of existing conditions and the analysis of that. We'll either come back at next month's workshop or the workshop after that by which we should have proposals for bike routes and so on, and maybe and we can share that with the council and get your input on that as well. And hopefully by the time we come back next time, I'll also have maybe some results from the survey that we have. The survey is on till June 3rd. So maybe we'll have some exciting information from that as well. So all of that hopefully can be compiled for citizen input and how it impacts the plan. So with that, I will, a quick slide on the timeline for where this plan is going. So we've already had the discovery phase, spring 2023. We've already had one steering committee meeting on April 20th. Currently, as I said, we're looking at some of that vision, goals, policy development, and then starting to slowly look at proposed networks. And then we have another steering committee on June 12th. Then as we go into the fall, we'll start to look at the draft plan, and we'll have the second meeting, virtual meeting with the community. We'll also have another steering committee meeting in August, and slowly start to get into the plan adoption stage towards the end of the year. So that's the overall schedule for the plan. And after the adoption, of course, we'll start to look for ways to do the implementation. And there are some exciting ideas there as well as we go into next year. So that's the schedule. With that, I will turn it back to the City Council for questions, comments.
Thank you, CAC. At this time, I will turn to Council, and Councilor Hoffmeyer, you had your hand up.
Thank you, CAC. Yeah, a lot of progress here with safely walking, biking, and rolling throughout town. Was glad to see Southeast 4th on there at the intersection of Midway. Certainly need a sidewalk there. That will help with safety. When Northeast 7th is done, I would assume next year, that 12-foot wide multi-use path that's going to go along that. I mean, that's going to go a long ways towards this, right? Glad to see that they're looking at all the documents and making sure that everything's communicating there. My one question, and it would be a comprehensive plan question, I guess, are we looking forward enough with this? I would think about the 3 roundabouts on Highway 20 that are supposed to go in at roughly 2027, I think it is. When that happens, how would one cross the highway? Should we amend our comp plan to, state that a footbridge shall be put in place if the roundabouts are put in instead of should? Some good questions there, but if we could get buy-in from the state on that. And certainly, it's a question above my pay grade, but a question that I hope we are looking into. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just to answer that question on the highway, we have representatives from WashDOT on our steering committee, and they are recommending that this plan put forth its recommendation on what should be done to the highway that's going through Oak Harbor in order to be safe for active transportation. And they claim that whatever we come up with will feed into their design of this corridor and how they provide the roundabouts. So all our ideas that we come up in our plan will not be thrown out, so to speak, when the state comes to do the Highway 20 design. They will have to take into account already existing plans and try to meet the community's goals and vision for trying to achieve this sort of goal for active transportation. So I hope that answers your question. This plan will have its say, so to speak, in the corridor design for Highway 20 when the roundabouts do come about.
CAC, I mean this in the nicest way possible. You look further forward than anyone I think I've ever met. Thank you for already getting that buy-in from the state there, and look forward to seeing how this plan shapes up. Thank you.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. CAC, first off, I want to thank you and the staff for, attending some of the community events to get this input. We got you working weekends and all day long, standing under a tent, and it really is appreciated, and really do appreciate, like I say, you guys taking the time. I noticed on the March drafts that we had some areas such as Hillcrest, Crosswoods, Ridgeway mapped, but then I noticed on your April drafts, they're unmapped, and I was just I was kind of surprised, number one, when I saw the areas outside the city, mapped, on the March deals, and then of course I saw on your April deals you removed them, so I'm sure there's some sort of story behind that.
If you can tell me which map you're looking at, I'm sure I can, because as I mentioned, most of these are under discussion. They're mostly draft forms, and we may have looked at it based on some criteria to look at whether it should be included or not, so.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at, I think, all three of the major maps. The sidewalk map from March had those neighborhoods all mapped, including, all the way down Miller Road and, several areas outside the city. Same with the bicycle map on the March preliminary map, and same with the crossing level stress map from the March draft. I mean, I think it's good information to have, right? Because I mean, addressing, what Councilmember Hoffmeyer said, thinking ahead, these are areas that naturally, I think we're all in an assumption at some point in time are probably going to, end up being annexed into the city at some point. They're very, very city-like already. The city has grown totally around them, and sometimes it's even hard to tell when you've stepped out of the city into the county in the neighborhood. So, it's interesting for us, obviously, to know and understand that for infrastructure as we move forward, if we ever do find ourselves in an annexation procedure. But like I say, I was just kind of surprised they were on the maps, and then I noticed they were off the maps, so I thought there might be some reasoning behind that.
We will look into that. Our idea, and I can't remember talking about some of the areas that are outside of the city in our discussions, but we do look at the UGA, not only just the city limit, but we look at the UGA as well. And I wonder if some of those, the information that you're talking about, extends into further than the city into those corridors as well. But we'll take a look at it and keep an eye on that.
All right, and again, thank you, CAC, for all your effort on this. I really do appreciate it.
Councilor Munns.
Thank you, Mayor Pro. Hey, CAC, didn't the county or IRTPO give us some money you put, believe you put in, or city did, for a bike trail that was going to connect, and the bike trail would come down Midway Boulevard, and it was going to help pay for a bike lane and stuff? Wasn't that approved a while back?
Are you talking about the Hoffman Trail that was supposed to come in on the north side from outside the city along the highway all the way to Goldie Road?
I believe so. And we were going to continue it down Midway Boulevard and then connect down by the water and then out towards the south end of the city?
We could do that as part of the bike network that we generate with this plan.
Okay, I just thought we had already gotten some funds to be able to do that, but I could have a memory blank.
Midway is programmed. I think Alex can probably answer that. Alex Warner. I believe it's 2025 or 2026 is Midway in the RTPO funding.
Yes, so that was moved further out to 2028 because we needed to request additional fund for Northeast 7th to get that project whole. So we have been awarded $950,000 through the IRTPO for what we've called the Midway Boulevard improvements. and that is to add bicycle facilities, among other things. So yes, you're correct, Councilmember Munns. We do have money programmed to down Midway.
I knew we had to request extra funds, I just didn't realize it was pushing another project we were all excited about. And, sorry, Alex?
Oh, well, that's, I don't know if you want to call it the horse trading, but all of them kind of after the fact of, they need to spread the funds across the different organizations in the IRTPO, and it's, they're trying to hit a target for every fiscal year. So it's just one of the results of asking for more money. That I wasn't fully aware that was going to happen either when we were requesting more money for Northeast 7th.
Thank you for that. And your staff and CACs, this is marvelous I love all the maps, the sidewalk, the trails, all of that. That helps put a good visual into. So thank you very much, and please thank your staff.
And we'll have more maps coming your way with the future updates.
Counselor Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. CAC, I just had a question too on the maps. I was surprised to see the military housing on there, Cape Hart and Mailer's Point and such, but don't see NAS Woodby Island as a potential stakeholder or to be on the steering committee or focus groups. Are we including them in these conversations? Because it would seem like we would want to tie whatever we do to what they've got going on their properties.
Absolutely. So the Navy, the seaplane base is in the city limits. And so that is included as part of the analysis. However, the Oddfield installation is not in the city limits, and therefore is likely not part of the mapping and the information collection we're doing. We do have representatives from NAS would be Brian Tiehouse on the steering committee, and so we do have their representation on the plan, and we're hoping, and we share a lot of information with Brian Tiehouse on the plan so that we can keep them updated on that.
Okay, thank you.
CAC, I have a kind of a rudimentary question, again, focused on the maps on page 72 and 74, the crossing level of traffic stress analysis, and then there's the bicycle level of traffic stress. Can you define what stress means in this context?
And maybe Alex can help me out here.
So, the is relatively new methodology when it comes, these complete streets and treating all the users equally on the streets. Even just as back as when I was being service of intersections and the level of service trying to get cars through the intersections as quickly as possible. So level of traffic stress is acknowledging, okay, we're not focusing on cars. This is a measurement for pedestrian users, bicycle, to use this. So there's a level of traffic stress, extremely comfortable all the way up to a, very stressed to use the facility. And then to go along with that, there's a standard road user. Think of a beginner bicyclist, could be a kid on training wheels, or even a family group that's traveling. They'll only be comfortable utilizing the facilities that have a level of traffic stress of 1, so low traffic stress. And then that goes all the way up to the road user. That would be, an expert bicyclist or a marathon runner, where they're fine, running down the shoulder of a highway, or doing the Tour de Whidbey, where they're going down county roads at 50 miles an hour. So it's pretty new measurement method that is focusing on the human level scale and not putting the onus on how many cars can we get through the street.
I think I mostly got that. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. Any other? Go ahead.
I'm sorry if I can just support that. I know that some of the audio was in and out, and I hope mine is not the same way. But I think there's some measurement tools that they have in terms of intersections where if you come to an intersection and if there is a crossing, then there's a certain score. If there is striped crossing, there's a certain score. If there's 4 lanes of traffic or 3 lanes of traffic, then there's a certain score for it. So when they come to each of these intersections, they use all these criteria, and I think we have somebody that's sharing the screen there, level of traffic.
That was me, CAC. This is Steve Schuler, your wife.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Maybe have a visual that can help maybe with this discussion.
Yes, and so they look at that and then they rate the intersections to determine where is the stress level most. And now when we go to project selections, we can look at corridors and corridors that intercept with these high stress intersections. And then we have our projects that we can prioritize then to say, in order to establish a safe corridor for bicyclists and pedestrians, this is something that we may want to consider changing at this intersection to reduce the level of stress for these facilities. I hope that helped a little bit, but if you have more questions, we'll be happy to chat more about it.
No, that does help. Thank you. And Steve, if you wouldn't mind emailing that graphic, that would be fantastic. It just, it helps to know what the colors on the map actually represent. So appreciate it. Thank you.
And in one way, I think it is, a low level of stress would mean that you would feel comfortable sending your, 10-year-old daughter to cross that road, let's say, right? And then as you go up it, stress level 4 may only be us adults in the daytime that are fully willing to take on that risk, would be another way to kind of look at it.
That's helpful. Thank you. Any other council comments, questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, we are going to take a 5 to 7 minute recess, and then we will pick back up with our city administrator's report and our candidate interviews. So 4:22 and 36 seconds, we will take a recess. Be right back.
Mayor Pro Tem, whenever you're ready.
Okay, it is 4:34. We are back in session. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And next up, we have our city administrator's report, and our city administrator, Blaine Oborn, will present.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Heisen. I'm going to do my expedited version because we have a very important item after my administrator's report. And if you just have any questions there, please contact me offline. And that concludes my report.
You weren't kidding.
Well done.
I thought I'll use that. So much for being able to use that time to gather my thoughts. Okay. Okay. Next up, the moment we've all been waiting for is our interviews of our shortlisted applicants for City Council position number 4. At this time, we will begin individual interviews for our City Council position number 4. The council included some questions in the application packet, and we also may ask additional questions. So we will conduct the interviews in the order of the date the applications were received, and that order is as follows: John Chazar, Barbara Arms, Wiseman Diavilar, and Christopher Wigenstein. So, Mr. Chazar, we will have you remain here in council chambers, and the other applicants, Mr. Oborn will escort you to have a seat in the mayor's office. And then once you've been interviewed, you can stay in chambers and sit through the rest of the interviews. Thank you. Yeah. We're going to go through these first, and then I'll have Brian and myself ask our questions. Okay, Mr. Chazar, you are seated and mic'd up. Okay, so some of us have our own questions, and then we also have a list of prepared questions. So I believe Councilor Stuckey and myself have individual questions. Shane has one. Okay, so we're going to start with the list of 1 through 5. Question number 5 on that list is about the November election, and since the filing date is passed and we know who's running, we're going to strike number 5 off the list, if that is okay with my fellow council people. Okay. We'll strike that. So we are going to start with question number 1, and Eric Marshall, why don't you take that one?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. John, thank you for being here today. Can you tell us, why do you want to serve on City Council?
Sure, not a problem. Well, I visited Oak Harbor over 30 years ago, and my family and I have visited here almost annually since then. Approximately 5 years ago, we fulfilled a lifelong dream of relocating to this absolutely wonderful community. My recent experiences on the Planning Commission, even though there are supposed to be recommendations to the council about future growth and planning, I've been exposed to a lot of questions and from the community that may not pertain exactly to the Planning Commission. I'm sure you can all relate to that. Also, my experience as an executive member of the nonprofit Citizens for Better Schools, I received a lot of insight from our citizens on bond and tax issues, both pros and cons. I believe my life experiences, both professionally and socially, can contribute greatly to the guidance of this community.
Thank you. Councillor Hoffmeyer, will you ask question number 2, please?
Yes, good afternoon, John. What experiences, talents, or skills do you bring to the council and community that you would like to highlight?
Sure. For over 30 years, I've had leadership roles that required me to make decisions in the best interests of owners, patrons, and team members, employees. These involved everything from policies to procedures to fiscal policy and spending. As mentioned, I also served on the Oak Harbor Planning Commission and treasurer for Citizens for Better Schools. In my citizen roles, I've managed budgets over $150 million, and I've also had staffs of in excess of 1,000 team members / employees. I've served on several civic boards, everything from chambers of commerces to convention and visitors bureaus. In these roles, I have been involved in legislative initiatives where everything from visiting Washington, D.C. and lobbying for continued funding of the NASA space program to local community issues that involved not only the city where I was working, but also the business that I was leading. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Munns, question 3.
Thank you. John, are there any regional issues or forums in which you have a particular interest or expertise?
Sure. Well, as mentioned, my leadership role in the hospitality industry put me in roles where I managed significant budgets of over $150 million. In my role as a general manager, I was involved in daily decisions for hiring, training, and oftentimes in disciplinary procedures as well from an HR standpoint. I was also involved in 3 different bargaining agreements and the negotiations of such. I've also served, as I said, on several civic boards. With Convention and Visitors Bureau, we control the occupancy tax allocations. In my latest role as president of the Evansville Convention and Visitors Bureau, the tax was set up there where not only do we allocate monies for the funding of the Convention and Visitors Bureau from a marketing standpoint, marketing the destination, but also half the tax was also a capital allocation. It was a capital reserve fund where we allocated capital improvement projects to anything that improved tourism. So tourism, HR, legislative initiatives are all expertises I bring to the table.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiesner, would you like to ask question 4?
Hi, John.
Hello.
Do you, didn't we already ask that one? Number 4? Do you want to serve on city council because of a particular local issue on which you want to work, or are your interests more broadly distributed?
There's no one particular issue. I obviously have a passion for youth as a substitute teacher in the district and also working on the bond initiatives. I believe it's in our best interest to provide the greatest education for our students and children of the community. But I also recognize the fact that a great education system provides a higher quality of life to all our citizens. And also, another area of concern I have is low-income housing. I believe it's going to be very difficult for this community to move forward, especially with our economic development initiatives, until we keep our foot on the pedal addressing this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Stuckey, you have some of your own questions you'd like to ask?
Yes, I do.
My first question is, do you have any plans or ideas on how we can enhance economic development in Oak Harbor?
Several. Several.
Let's hear 'em.
Take your time.
Not a problem. First of all, I'd love to see the incentives. Sit there a little frustrated here in other communities, defer the tax that a county will lose out on by doing this tax diversion for people building low-income housing or housing in period. I believe that if you have a vacant piece of land that's generating, let's just use a piece of property that the city owns right now, $400,000 parcel downtown. That piece of land right now is generating zero tax revenue right now since the city owns it, I believe. I don't believe you pay taxes on it, but even before that, it was just generating taxes as a vacant piece of land. If a developer comes in and puts significant amount of money into that piece of land, the county was not getting anything before. And so to be so narrow-sighted to the fact that now that someone's invested that kind of income into this community, and let's just say we put housing down there, and we add 40 or 50 families in the downtown area, the economic impact of that generation multiplies significantly. So the county and the city is benefiting by a developer putting that in, but to take the potential property taxes and defer it to other people, I don't have the exact solution for that, because obviously it's going to require a little bit more services. It's going to require more police and more incrementally fire protection. But I believe in trickle-down effect. I believe that if we invest, okay, and we allow and we provide the incentives for people to invest in this community, we have several areas in this community that are undeveloped. I'm going to say green fields, but we have areas. I don't know enough about zoning. I believe that, I don't know if TIF districts are allowed in the state of Washington. I have not, but that's tax incremental financing, where we allow people to, we bond out a particular project, and it's paid back for by taxes generated. That timer should have went off during the parks presentation. Sorry. I believe that we should be exploring every avenue to incent people to build in this community. I get it. I've been in communities where a significant portion of the population within the city didn't want growth. They were very, very happy with their small community. Everybody doesn't want to pay more taxes, but obviously services increase, so we have to find ways to generate more income. I believe the tourism in downtown Oak Harbor, even though it's come light years in the 30 years I've been visiting here. I love what happened to downtown. I get it. It was controversial making it one way, but it makes it a much better place to park and walk the streets. I believe, Councilman Wiesner brought up the fact that we tie in from Oak Harbor Motors all the way down to the entrance of the one-way street of the downtown area. I believe that can be vibrant. I believe that we can look at ways through historic grants to do things with the facades, okay, to make the downtown area more attractive, to give the downtown area an identity, very similar to like Leavenworth and places like that. That have smart codes in place where building is, when you build something new, okay, it has to look a certain way to give us some identity. I believe that we can attract a significant amount of tourism, and it's frustrated me in the past that we jump in a boat and go to LaConner. I want people jumping in a boat and coming to Oak Harbor. So.
I think we all want that. Second and last question. How do you intend to increase transparency and citizen engagement in local government, and what measures will you take to ensure the residents have a voice in the decision-making process?
I'll say this till I'm blue in the face about charrettes. I think the community has it's either misleading or a misguided perception, but they may be right also, that some of the direction in the downtown planning and what the city's going to look like and the active transportation plan. The active transportation plan actually is something I believe that we've done right, where we've engaged a lot of people. But as far as, CAC's presentation during our joint meeting recently with the Planning Commission, this term charrettes, someone just recently asked me what a charrette is. I don't know the exact definition. I'm assuming it's like it's French for town hall or something like that. But charrettes, where people throughout the entire community that are stakeholders, okay, get a say in what we look like and what we feel. I came to this town, I've been saying it now for, 10 years. What does Oak Harbor want to be when it grows up? Okay? And, we talk about the sculptures, and we talk about, the controversy of sculptures and windmills and things like that. And then people ask me about it. I said, we can have 100 windmills. If that's what we want, if we want to be known for windmills, then we can have 100 windmills. If that's what we want to be known for. I mean, Kansas City is known for fountains, and they have incentives for people when they build businesses to put fountains in front of their businesses. And so if we want to be known for art, not everybody's going to love art. I guarantee you walk in my house, you're not going to like some of the artwork on my walls. Okay, I guarantee it. And art is a matter of personal opinion. But if that's what we want to be, if we want art, we want to put acorns everywhere, and along Main Street, and if we want to allow people to put artwork, and through the Art Commission fund it that way. Okay, so is that what we want to be? That's what we want to be. But let's get the community's input in what we want to be, so transparency. The transparency, I'll give you an example of the most recent transparency issue that we have right now, the airport. There's a lot of people right now in this community that have no idea why we allocated, I get the covenants put on it, $200,000. But people don't know the covenants. People think we gave $200,000 to Port of Coopville. Okay, but they don't know so the more sophisticated people that know we haven't given $200,000 want to know what the reasoning is behind it. What is the return on investment? Okay, in my business, if you gave $200,000, if my owner gave me $200,000, I'd have to give them $4 million in return on investment. So, more transparency on why we did that. Okay, I know several people on the council have Facebook pages, and I applaud that. And I've learned a lot, and I applaud those who respond to those things and to citizen concerns and actually look into some of the citizen concerns. I would be active in that as well with social media. Coffee with a council person at least once a month, so you can get direct input from folks. There's got to be more transparency to the limit of what we can. I understand we can't put out there we're negotiating for a piece of property. I get that. That's something that'll cost our citizens more money if we do something like that. But in the hindsight of, for example, the airport, what's the return on investment other than paying for an airport to quote a citizen so that a small portion of our citizens can park their $40,000 toys there? And that's, those are things, and I'm sure there's a real reason behind why we want to keep an airport and so on. But even personally, I still don't understand what that reasoning is yet. I'm sure it is though, because I trust the folks in front of me. So, but I think that we need to get out there and put that information forward to the point where we're not violating confidentiality.
Thank you.
I have two questions of my own. The first one is short. Do you have any significant financial investments or holdings in local groups, organizations, or properties that might require you to recuse yourself in future voting?
I am 99.99999% sure. Do I sound like a lawyer? Yeah, I don't believe I have any financial. I'm treasurer of Citizens for Better Schools, but I have no finance. It's a voluntary group, and I have no financial investment in that as well.
Thank you. And my last question, we meet 3 times a month on average, plus occasional special meetings, extra events, staff activities, conferences, and other opportunities for community involvement. It's not unusual to get a 600 to 900 page agenda packet on a Thursday afternoon for a Tuesday meeting. So a lot of our weekends are spent reading meeting materials. How will you reconcile the demands of council with your current work, family, or other obligations?
Well, my wife will tell you she'll make me get off Facebook, and I'll have plenty of time to do that. But it's no surprise to the council. I used to run casinos, and the financial statements and the daily emails of in excess of 150 to 200 emails per day, of which probably 100 required reading. On top of running a business, I'm semi-retired right now. I'm a teacher. I have planning periods. I have tons of time on my hands in order to tackle anything that's put before me.
Okay. Counselor Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, I have one final question here, and it's pretty similar to a question I already asked, but it's about us a little bit and about you. What is the value added that you will personally bring to this council?
I'm just trying to summarize it in my own head. Fiscal accountability. Budgets. I sit and listen to these meetings, and part of being a leader in the commercial world is that you hold people accountable to goals. You hold people accountable. I will ask a lot of accountability questions. Mayor Pro Tem asked the question that I would have asked. Okay, I would like to see a little bit more detail in a pro forma that you give me. Okay, I'd like to see that, and I'd like to know. Okay, if you're going to fund $193,000 from additional revenues, okay, I'm going to hold you accountable to them. So there'll be an accountability factor from that standpoint. I realize as a council person, you can't do everything from a business sense. There's an emotional sense there also. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of emotion goes into running a commercial business also. You have to feel for your customers. You have to feel for your team members. And so you'll have that also. I've taught my folks that I led that, and I mentioned it briefly in my first answer to my question, is you always take into account the owners, the employees, and the patrons. And a decision has to be good for all three. Okay, and if it's not good for all three, it probably is a bad decision. And so I will challenge those folks. I'll challenge you as well as my peers. Okay, is this a good decision for the taxpayers? Is this a good decision from an equity standpoint for the citizens? Okay, is this going to be a good decision for the staff and so on? So I will challenge you guys with those things.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Did I miss anybody? Anybody have their own question? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Chizar. You can go ahead and have a seat
Thank
in
you for your
the
time.
gallery, and we will bring in our next candidate. Thank you.
My thought process is, I don't want to just hear the questions that have been already prepared.
Welcome, Ms.
Thank you.
Arms. Okay, we have a list of questions, some of which may be familiar to you, and then there are some new questions that a couple council members will ask you. So we are going to start with Councilor Marshall, and he's going to ask you the first question.
Hi, Barbara.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. Why do you want to serve on City Council?
I've always been active in communities, and since we've moved here, I've become very interested in what goes on in our harbor, and I have done a lot of legislative issues. I've been working with a lot of people of various backgrounds. I've been in the community. I hear their concerns. I'm, looking at their interest. They're just kind of apathetic. They don't know where to go, and I'm trying to be that resource. And since I've been coming since January 2022, I want to have more of a voice for them. That's who I really want to represent, is them. Not me, but them. It's all about the community and what their needs are, what they think is a priority. Not what I think, but what they think. That's what I want to do.
Thank you. Councilor Hoffmeyer, question number 2.
Yes. Hi, Barb.
Hi.
What experiences, talents, or skills do you bring to the council and community that you would like to highlight?
One of the skills I have is I was a licensed practical nurse for 30-plus years. So I dealt with people with Alzheimer's and dementia. I had to train nursing assistants. I had to work together as a group with doctors, social workers. I'm a voice for a lot of people, and my job was to make sure they got the best care possible and to be that liaison with the families. And since I moved here, I got active in, sign waving for the pool, for candidates. I got involved to know who represented us, who wanted to. I've been very active in legislative issues. I did over 6 pages last year on either comments or whatever. I know Ramazal well because I worked on his campaign. I have been everywhere in the community, and so people know me and I know them.
Thank you.
Councillor Munns, would you like to ask question number 3?
Yes. Hi, Barbara.
Hi.
I almost can't see you, Short people need an elevator here in a chair. So, anyway, are there any regional issues or forums in which you have a particular interest or expertise?
One of the things that I have been going is I've been going to the park boards meeting, and I am very interested in making sure our parks are available for people with all disabilities. I like the way they're going there. I think that's really important. I'm really fascinated by the sewer system. I took the sewer tour, and I'm really interested in how the old sewer pipes were done, how there's a map. We need to be constantly aware that they have to be fixed because they interfere with our sewer system, and we have to keep on that issue. Also, I'm very pro-Navy that we need to keep that liaison with them and work with them because their aging sewer lagoon is coming up here, and we need to be able to work with them to tie into ours. But I also think we need a downtown core. People don't even look at us. I mean, it's like they drive to the right, not to the left, and we need that way we can say, this is us, this is where you need to go. I'm there most Mondays. There's nobody. The restaurants are closed. We don't have restaurants. We're not utilizing our waterfront. I mean, there's so many things that we have potential for. So there's a broad spectrum of things I'm interested in.
Councillor Wiesner, question number 4.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And to kind of follow up on that, Barbara, thanks for coming, by the way. Do you want to serve on the city council because of a particular local issue on which you want to work, or are your interests more broadly distributed?
I really want to see us come together with, we need more restaurants. We need more high-tech jobs. We need a variety of things to make our community a thriving. We just had neighbors that left because they did not feel community. They left, went to Anacortes, rented a house at a higher rate and smaller because they just didn't feel welcome. No matter how much we tried, there wasn't anything for them and the family. And it was really sad. He works here, but the family didn't feel welcome. And that was a really sad thing for me because, like I said, where are our parks? Where is the facilities we need? I mean, we have lots of things for tourists. Where is it for us? Where's the shops that we need? Where's where's the jobs that we need, and we don't have them. We don't even have the restaurants. They're closed,
I'll follow up to that. Just to follow up, as a council member, what moves would you take to help facilitate that?
Well, I think it's working with the chamber, it's working with the Merchants Association, working together with a lot of entities to find out. Economic Council, I sat with him for over an hour brainstorming ideas because, I look at it from different, because I'm new here. I'm not the person, I came here and I'm like where's what I need? I mean, I can go to the base because my husband's retired Army, And I can go to the base, but I want to be able to go in the city and shop. I want to have those things. So I'm interested in a variety of things. I want it all to work so we have this thriving community that we should always have. We should have this active waterfront. We should have all this. It's just, there's a multitude. I'm busy seeing everybody. That's me.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Councillor Stuckey, you have your own questions?
Sure do, thank you. Do you have any plans or ideas on how we can enhance economic development in Oak Harbor?
Well, we did talk, I talked to Steve about that, and one of the things we did talk about the high-tech jobs. You know, those are the kind of jobs that we do have a couple of them here. We need more of them. And I feel that our downtown is just not lively enough. People just don't want to come here. You know, I mean, things are expensive. You know, we've had restaurants after restaurants either move or close. And I don't know how we're all going to solve that problem, but we need to work on it. And that's one thing I'm really interested. I met with him and put out ideas, what I want to do, what can we do different. We had an idea, how do we know what our traffic is downtown Pioneer? We have no idea what our traffic is. We need those cameras down there, and they're expensive, to find out where is our people coming. How many people are coming in and out of the mall down there, and they're not staying around because nothing's open. I mean, how can you tell a business that they need to stay open when you have no proof that there's any traffic? So we need some real innovative ideas, and that was one of them.
Okay, and how do you intend to increase transparency and citizen engagement in local government, and what measures will you take to ensure that residents have a voice in the decision-making process?
I've been out in the community a lot. For campaigning, I doorbelled all over everywhere. I live off of Noonan Loop. I have been everywhere in that, almost everywhere in that house. And the next one, I have been and listened to every citizen. I went on every door. I didn't pick doors. I went every door. And maybe I was campaigning for a candidate, but they were talking about other issues, whether it be taxes, whether it be sewer, where there's nothing to do. They just feel left out. And that is the person. People come up to me all the time. If anybody knows me, they please do not want to go to dinner with me or lunch. All I talk about is Oak Harbor City. That is all I talk about. I don't talk about anything else. They're going, oh no, here we are again. And I did that the other day. Some poor people have said hello to me, and 40 minutes later I left because I wanted people to be informed. I am what I call the curious cat. I'm interested in everything, and I want to make it work. I think we're doing a great job, but there's a lot. It's like parks, what he talked about. This is all important stuff. We have to be the premier place that people are going to stop here instead of going to Coopville. We have to be that welcoming sign that says we're going to go here. People don't even know Pioneer exists. You look at the signage, by the time they figure out the sign, they're over on the right-hand lane. So, I mean, I'm just passionate about the city. I want it to thrive and be a place that we look at in 5 years and go, wow, we really made a difference. That's how I feel.
Thank you. Was that both questions? Okay. Do you have any significant financial investments or holdings in local groups, organizations, or property that might require you to recuse yourself from future votes?
No, I don't.
And you're the one person that I think I already know the answer to this question, but we meet 3 times a month on average, plus occasional special meetings, extra events, staff activities, conferences, and other opportunities for community involvement. It's not unusual to get a 600 to 900 page agenda packet on a Thursday afternoon for a Tuesday meeting. So a lot of our weekends are spent reading meeting materials. How will you reconcile the demands of council with your current work, family, or other commitments?
My husband is the only one that I have in home, that I have. I don't have any family here. In fact, I don't have any family. So this is my life. It has been my life ever since January 2022. This is, and I have been reading the agendas before I come. This is my passion. That's who I am. I love the city. I want to be involved. I want to make that difference. I eat, breathe, and sleep city. That's just who I am.
Thank you. Councillor Hoffmeyer, you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question here. It's similar to one that's already been asked. It's a little bit more about the composition of council and yourself. You're very familiar with what we all bring to the table. So with that, what is the value added that you personally will bring to this council?
I think, no disrespect, you all are involved in a variety of things. I don't even know all of them, but I'm really more local. I mean, I don't have anything else to do. So I'm out in the community more, talking to more people, looking at more people. People are asking me questions, and I have a project right now that I'm working on. I have a project right now that I am going to talk to the chief, Merrill, about in the next day or two about a project that I'm working on right now, because it's an important project that somebody brought to me, and they actually said in front of a bunch of people, if you want an answer, if you want somebody to help you, then you need to talk to her, because she will do it. I got back with them in a day. I didn't have the complete answer. I talked to several people, and I'm working on a project right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay. Off the hot seat now. Off the hot seat now, right?
I actually saw someone who was drinking a press. I only know.
Okay.
Be official here. It's like
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Ms. D'Aguilar. We are going to go down the table, and each council person will ask you a couple of questions. Some of the questions you might already be familiar with, and some will be new. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Eric Marshall, and he's going to ask you the first question.
How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Why do you want to serve on city council?
Well, to start off, I want you guys to know that I love living in Oak Harbor. I'm not originally from here, but I came here and I loved it. And no matter how far I went, I always wanted to come back. And my desire to run for city council stemmed from a local event that took place at a business establishment where I was treated like I committed a crime based on my color of my skin. And I felt prejudged and misunderstood and powerless in this situation. And what made it more disheartening was I wasn't alone in it. Everybody was just silent. And for that, I said, you know what? I need to be on city council because I can represent those of color and those minority to have a voice, and that's where the desire stemmed from, is my experience here, and I'm pretty sure there's others out there that feel like they can't talk or they feel like people can't relate to them, and I can. So that's where desire stemmed from, is from that, on top of many things, of course.
Councillor Hoffmeyer.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What experiences, talents, or skills do you bring to the council and community that you would like to highlight?
I work with at-risk youth in the school system as a dean of students, and through the community engagement board that I facilitate. And I also work with the at-risk youth through the community through my nonprofit, Heals in Confidence. And these experiences, coupled with my previous work as a registered behavior technician, helped me to de-escalate and connect and sympathize and empathize with those in the community, not just the families, but the kids as well, because our kids are our future. And on top of that, my experience as a licensed minister through Mission Ministry Faith Center and my pastoral counseling certification have provided me with the tools and strategy to mentor and guide the vulnerable teens and young adults in our community. And as a military spouse, I've learned to be adaptable and create a sense of community in any environment, both which are vital to be in city council role. So if I'm given the opportunity to serve as a city council member, my enthusiasm and compassion and minority perspective will help foster community engagement and collaboration.
Thank you.
Councillor Munns, question number 3.
All righty. Wisman, are there any regional issues or forums in which you have a particular interest or expertise?
Yes, I'm interested and have expertise in the community youth services.
Want to elaborate any more? Or?
I see you guys have, is it called the Youth Coalition team here? It's more in that realm, but to expound on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon in our late-running workshop. Well, welcome to our world. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for your patience. Do you want to serve on city council because of a particular local issue on which you want to work, or are your interests more broadly distributed?
It's even, but if I'm selected, the particular issue that I would like to really work on involves at-risk youth and resources for parents of at-risk youth. Because without the appropriate support and resources, the youth that are higher risk, they are high risk of being truant and display high-risk behaviors. So it's important to note that parents of at-risk youth are also need support, and the focus tends to be only towards youth. And the goal is to help both parents that are struggling with the at-risk youth and the at-risk youth together. And I'm a firm believer that it takes a village to raise a child, and by leveraging the relationship and tools available through the city council, we could save our kids and ensure that Oak Harbor's future remains bright.
Thank you.
Councillor Stuckey.
Do you have any plans or ideas on how we can enhance economic development in Oak Harbor?
Do you have any plans on how to enhance? My plans to enhance economic development is to start with the people first and to meet their needs. And to enhance that is to reach the people and see what the needs are. And for me, my focus and goals is our kids, and to see how to better help and serve them so that they too can have the sense and pride to want to sorry, nervousness. It's okay. I'm so sorry. So that they can have the strength and courage to want to do what they aim to do, and so that they can help build the community as well as, sorry.
Take a deep breath. We have a lot of time, even though it's after 5.
I am so sorry.
No.
Nervousness.
It happens to all of us. Please,
Yes.
And we normally don't bite.
Well, like I said, the goal is to start within. Within is to start with the children, and from the children to the parents, and to work together and enhancing those relationships to build the city itself.
Okay, and my second question is, how do you intend to increase transparency and citizen engagement in local government, and what measures will you take to ensure that residents have a voice in the decision-making process?
That's two questions in one. Can you start with the first question?
I'll break it down. How do you intend to increase transparency and citizen engagement in local government?
To increase transparency. To increase transparency is to be present. Is to be present, and when I say present, is to go to everybody, because we have a big community, but we are not unified. There are a lot of those that don't know or have the resources unless it affects them. So to be present in every area, to reach everybody, no matter where they're at. So it's just being out there and going to developments that you will never go into. You know, to have workshops, to talk about what needs to be talked about to increase. Sorry. Read the question one more time.
Would you like me to read the question one more time?
Yes, one more time. Just really
I'll just read
nervous.
the first part, and then
I'm just really nervous.
It's okay. How do you intend to increase transparency and citizen engagement in local government?
Thank you. Thank you. To increase the transparency, like I said, is to be present and to show up in places that you wouldn't go, whether it's churches, because like, for example, I was really thrilled by, seeing someone come to the church to make themselves visible, right? To show them that they're present, and that was Shane to be exact. To show that it was present, that right there showed that, wow, somebody really cares to come all this way just to come and see what we're about, right? Just to be present. And to be present, there are people, you have a chance to engage with people there or people around you to talk about what's going on in the community, to talk about what's being presented, or to talk about all the other resources, right? So, and once you do that, that way it grows attention, and it grows, it enhances their interest to want to join. So if you want somebody to be a part of something, it's to actually be there in person, to talk to them, to explain to them, whether as one-on-one or as a group, as a collective workshop, however you want to do it, but just to be there, presently, just to be there, just to explain everything, and so that they can feel connected. Because, when COVID took place, everybody was separated, so now we're used to be separated, and we're used to technology. But if we could reconnect with the people by being present in person, talk things out, so we can reconnect to each other, then we can be transparent and have more engagement in the community.
Okay. And I'll read the second part of the question, but you kind of half answered it already.
Okay.
So, and what measures will you take to ensure that residents have a voice in the decision-making process? I think you answered that, but if you want to elaborate, you can, or you could just leave
What
it.
measure I would take so they can have a voice?
Yeah, what tangible methods would you take to ensure they have a voice?
Well, I will ask survey questions. I will ask survey questions, and I will ask what their needs are. So it's just having a voice is really, like I said, once again, having the heart and desire to speak with them, take the time out to ask the questions, and whether it could be like, going on a, sorry. I am so sorry.
Don't worry about it. Fine.
Oh. So sorry. One more time. Repeat that one more time. Sorry, one more time.
Would you like me to repeat it one more?
One more time.
Oh, yeah, I'd be happy to.
I'm sorry.
What measures will you take to ensure that residents have a voice in the decision-making process?
The measure I would take is, like I said, is to do a survey, and the measure I would take is to have a sit-down conversation with them to hear their concerns or whatever they have to, that they want to address. And also, like I say, facilitate groups. Have groups throughout, I guess, the month, and see to see what the needs are, and the groups don't have to be in one setting.
Was that your second question? Your other question? Okay. Okay, I have a couple of questions of my own. Do you have any significant financial investments or holdings in local groups, organizations, or properties that might require you to recuse yourself from future voting?
Repeat that one more time.
Sure. Yeah, we're not allowed to vote on issues that we might have a financial interest in or might financially benefit from.
Okay.
So the question is, do you have any significant financial investments in any organizations or local property that might require you to recuse yourself from voting in the future?
No.
Okay, thank you. And my second question, we meet 3 times a month on average, plus occasional special meetings, extra events, staff activities, conferences, and other opportunities for community involvement. It's not unusual to get a 600 or 900 page packet on Thursday afternoon for a Tuesday meeting. So we spend a lot of our weekends reading those agenda packets and materials. So how will you reconcile the demands of council with your current work, family, and other commitments?
Exercise time management. There are days I do work late, and I will utilize that time to read. I'm an early riser anyway, so morning's my best time frame to wake up. So just finding time to just, whenever I can, to read before time comes. Like say, I told a friend before, you make time for what you want to make time for, if it's that important to you.
Yeah.
And that is important.
Thank you. And I think we have one more question. Councillor Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, last question here, and it's pretty similar to a question I already asked. But what is the value added that you personally will bring to this council?
One more time? Sorry.
What is the value added that you will personally bring to this council?
I bring problem solving, and I bring diversity too. I do bring diversity, and I bring my knowledge and sorry.
You're fine.
My knowledge and at-risk youth, and my community outreach. I have great skills in that. And I am the epitome of enthusiasm. I'm a firm believer that whatever you do, you got to do everything out of love, but in doing it in love, you have to have joy in what you do. So bringing joy and having love and doing the thing that you desire to do, and having the leadership skills and being diverse is well needed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're out of the hot seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
It occurs to me that it probably would have been helpful to send Julie our questions so they could actually see them.
That's what I did.
Written down.
Oh, just.
Oh, like just at the time, not ahead of time.
That's why I did not.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, we wouldn't give it to them ahead.
But I do understand what you're saying. Here's
Give the visual, exactly.
Good job.
You also notice if someone will write it down, the question, or not.
That's a good
I
point.
think that's a.
Chris,
telltale,
welcome. Hello.
I got to push this? Is that how that works?
It's already on.
Oh, cool.
It's already
Hello. How's everybody doing?
We're fancy. We got tech. Thank you for your patience.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your interest. We are going to go down the table, and each of us will ask you a couple of questions. And I'm going to start with Councillor Eric Marshall down there on the end. Go ahead.
Chris, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Why do you
pleasure.
want to serve on city council?
Oh, it's a loaded question. So,
They all are.
you know, my family arrived, as I put in my application, back in the 1958. I wasn't born yet, just in case you were curious. But, you know, I got here 75 with Mom as she came back, and I got this example of leadership through my grandfather, through my mother, through my father, being of service in our community. So that's what strives me to be of service. I love Oak Harbor, man. Oak Harbor's been my home since I was 3.5, 4 years old. And I want to continue to support it in any way I can. So being involved in community service through different organizations and being involved in the city and making the decisions to help grow it in the future and continue to support it and keep it very viable for all of our citizens is pretty much why I'm driven to do this.
Counselor Hoffmeyer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What experiences, talents, or skills do you bring to the council and community that you would like to highlight?
I'm an elected official for North Woodby Pool Park and Recs, and I believe my tenure there has allowed me to learn and grow in leadership as well as how government kind of works. I know it's a much smaller scale than the city of Oak Harbor. We don't have as many departments and stuff, but we have, done a lot of good work to fix many of the problems that we were having in that district prior to that. That brings some of that experience. I've had 15 years of board work extensively with nonprofits and different organizations working on a vast array of community issues, and I believe that experience brings a wealth of knowledge. And then finally, my mental health perspective as a mental health professional in this community and my years of doing this is really, I think, brings another level of service to the table that we don't typically see. And I think it would be an asset to the Oak Harbor.
Counselor Munns.
Number 3. Are there any regional issues or forums in which you have a particular interest or expertise?
Well, as I had mentioned, I am a mental health professional, and the mental health crisis in this country and as well in our community is very much of an interest of mine, bringing awareness, destigmatizing, paving ways to increase our workforce in our community so that we can serve those that are in need. And that kind of moves in together with a whole bunch of other issues that we could talk about, including homelessness, drug addiction, and how all of those things. We heard a great presentation earlier today about parks and recreation and how a healthy community is a healthy community and increases. All of that plays into helping these populations as well. Having a community that's full of activities and engagement with one another, bringing us together, really will improve the access to mental health and improve people's mental health because they've got things they're engaging in. So yeah.
Counselor Wiesner.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon, Chris.
You're welcome.
We're only running a little late, like normal.
I've been to a few of those.
Yeah. So aside from the mental health issues that you mentioned, they're, like you say, are regional and national, do you want to serve on the city council because of a particular local issue on which you want to work on, or your interests more broadly distributed?
I would say my interests are more broadly distributed. Homelessness is very much a place I've spent a lot of years working in to try to help serve that vulnerable population, and then there's no quick, easy answer. So that's the one that comes to mind most prevalent. Again, coupled with mental health and addiction, as we all know that those are very prevalent within our homeless populations. But it's more of a broad approach. I really think as a whole, as we look forward to the future, we can improve what we do for all citizens, from the lowest of socioeconomic to the highest, and being able to provide what that looks like over a 20, 30-year plan. I'm a spaghetti on the wall type of individual. If an idea comes out, I throw it on the wall. Let's see if it sticks. If it's al dente, then we can move with it and kind of go along. But ideas and discussions bring around planning, and long-term planning is definitely something that I'm interested in. And I think that's part of what brings me to the table.
Counselor Stuckey has a couple of questions for you.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Do you have any plans or ideas on how we can enhance economic development in Oak Harbor?
I think you heard a great one today. And I would be very supportive of growing recreation programs that entice and build. One that really plays close to my heart is I love the Music Fest, and I love the things that it brings to our table, and I am in impressed with how large of a turnout we have with that. If we had some sort of a performing arts facility complex, recreation complex, something of those sorts, that could hold a large venue on a regular basis, I think it would grow economic. It's going to grow our hotel usage. It's going to grow our local businesses, having more people come in. And it's going to serve, I believe it would serve our communities that are all along the island, as well as Anacortes, Fidalgo Island, and people in the surrounding areas. They would come to Oak Harbor to enjoy a big venue where they wouldn't have to necessarily go to Everett, you know. Not that we don't want to go to Everett, but, you know, let's keep it in our neighborhood if we can. And I think we have a great team of people that put on a lot of good music shows for us that could really bring in some artists and performances. And look at our high school. I don't know if you guys have heard Kick Brass, but they're doing really, really good. And they're an amazing group of kids. And they're really entertaining and fun to watch. And that's coming right out of our own backyard. So a venue where they could perform and really show off their talents locally would be phenomenal.
That's a band that can really toot their own horn. This next one's a two-parter.
Oh! You got kids at home, Brian?
Let's see here. How do you intend to increase transparency and citizen engagement in local government? And what measures will you take to ensure that residents have a voice in the decision-making process?
That's a deep question. So transparency is, I believe, being authentic and genuine. I believe in open and honest conversations, keeping those going and ongoing throughout. When it comes to community engagement and getting their voices heard, I think we as a city, we as a community need to figure out a way to invite them to the table as well as waiting for them to just show up. And I don't know what that kind of looks like yet. It could be counselors with coffee or cupcakes. I don't know. I say counselors because we're all counselors, but I am a counselor, so that's another. See, there you go, Brian. Touche, right? But some sort of ideas like that. Community events. I believe that we could do a movie in the street or something, or talk to some of our local business owners or property owners that wouldn't mind putting up a screen on in their property and invite the community to come down and watch an old classic or something with some food trucks nearby, and then have an opportunity for us to be down there to engage with our community members that would be able to give us that feedback, as well as what we already do through social media and all those other things. So did I miss part of it or did I get it all?
No, you did, and good job on the pun.
Oh, hey, got to keep it going, right?
We always appreciate a good pun around here. Okay, so first question is a quick one. Do you have any significant financial investments or holdings in local groups, organizations, or property that might require you to recuse yourself from future votes?
So I do not have any of my own personal property that would force me to recuse any of that, or investments. I am a local business owner. I have a mental health practice, and I have a wire wrap jewelry practice for my girlfriend. And so I have those. So if it's pertaining to something like that, then absolutely, under advisement, I would do what was necessary to recuse in those situations if needed. I am a member on some boards within our communities, and so if any of those things would come across our tables, then absolutely, that's the appropriate thing to do, is to recuse yourself from discussions and votes, as I understand that to be processed. So, and I can provide a list of those for you guys if you need them again. I think they're all in the packet. So,
thank you. Last question has a little bit of some background information with it, but we meet 3 times a month on average, plus occasional special meetings, extra events, staff activities, conferences, and other opportunities for community involvement. It's not unusual to get a 600 or 900 page agenda packet on Thursday afternoon for a Tuesday meeting, so we spend a lot of our weekends reading meeting materials. How will you reconcile the demands of council with your current work, family, or other commitments?
well, fortunately, my family is committed to supporting me, and I didn't even venture down this road without reaching out and talking to them and inviting that conversation to make sure it was even okay. Secondly, I'm self-employed. I have the ability to flex my schedule with what I do with proper notice. It's not like I can call in, on really short notice. That makes it a little bit challenging. but not impossible. And as a result of that, I can schedule things out to work around, and I will work weekends to accommodate weekdays, and I'll work weekdays to accommodate weekends. Yeah. Did I miss anything?
No.
Want to make sure I get it. Okay, good.
No, that answers the question.
Excellent.
Thank you. And then I think we just have one last question, and I'll hand that to Councilor Hoffmeyer.
Last question here, and it's pretty similar to a question we've already asked, and you know all the council pretty well. So the question is, what is the value added that you personally will bring to this council?
I think my skills as long-term board work and managing meetings, as being a part of meetings with parliamentary procedures. I believe the background in mental health, homelessness, and as a small business owner, bring some added skills as well and assets to the table. And my love and compassion for selfless service to our community is really what drives all of this. And I think that comes to the table. I'm here for the people and my neighbors, not for myself.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Thanks.
All right. I believe that concludes our interview. Thank you.
Right on. I get to go over there. I don't have to go back to the room. Do I get to keep my name tag?
And yeah, they come right here, we go over there, exactly.
You get a souvenir regardless.
Souvenir regardless. I'll save it.
Administrative musical chairs, or municipal musical chairs. You know, we should. We should have.
brass playing.
We should have music.
Some local band.
Time getting your alarm was great.
It wasn't a gonna do executive.
Like I said, I wish it would have went off during the parts presentation. We'd be home by now.
Thank you, Mr. Oborn, for shuttling all of our candidates back and forth. We appreciate it. So at this time, council will move into executive session to evaluate the qualifications of the applicants for appointment to elective office per RCW 42.20.110. The anticipated duration is 15 minutes, and action is anticipated upon return to open session. Executive sessions are not open to the public, so we will excuse ourselves to the conference room for an executive session for the next 15 minutes.
They're coming.
Make sure Julie to do the breakout room.
All right, Julie, you going to the breakout room?
The council has announced that they will take an additional 10 minutes for the executive session. Council will continue for an additional 10 minutes in executive session. Thank you.
Thank you all for your continued patience. I know I keep saying that today. The council had an executive session. We had a discussion. No decisions were made. And now that we are out of executive session, we will resume our open session of the meeting. I'm sure the council will agree that we had 4 highly qualified applicants for position number 4, and we thank you for your willingness to serve. And, you know, on that note, even if you are not selected for the council position tonight, there are lots of opportunities to get involved. We have a number of board and commission openings available currently. Some of you have already been involved in that capacity, and I think we all agree that each of you bring value to the table, and we would like to see you become involved in whatever capacity you're able to do so. So thank you. So at this time, I'll be looking for a motion. Councillor Munns.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to approve John Shazar for our empty spot at this time.
Okay, it has been moved by Councillor Munns to appoint John Shazar as our temporary council person. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Beth Munns, second by Councillor Stuckey to appoint John Shazar. Any discussion before I call for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of appointing John Shazar, please raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay, that motion fails. Councillor Hoffmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move that we appoint Christopher Wittgenstein to the City Council.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Hoffmeyer, second by Councillor Marshall to appoint Chris Wittgenstein to our temporary council position. Any discussion, questions, comments? Okay, I will call for the vote. All in favor of appointing Chris Wittgenstein, raise your right hand. That, all opposed? Okay, that passes 5-1 with Councillor Stuckey voting in opposition. Okay, we have a decision. Christopher Wittgenstein will be our newest council person. Councillor Oborn?
Clerk is finishing her duties, and she will do the swearing in.
Mr. Wittgenstein, if you'll join me right here.
Okay.
I'm going to have you state your name.
You don't want to trash? I'm just kidding.
No.
No, I do.
Thank
Okay.
you. Please.
Sorry, real quick.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. At this time, our city clerk, Julie Nestor, will swear in our newest council person. We're going to get in position so we can take a picture. Go ahead, you may take the oath of office.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Okay.
I
I, Christopher Wittgenstein,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I am a citizen of the United States and the state of Washington,
that I am a citizen of the United States and the state of Washington,
that I am legally qualified to assume the office
that I am legally qualified to assume the office
of City of Oak Harbor Council Member, Position 4,
of City of Oak Harbor Council Member, Position 4,
that I will support the Constitution and laws
that I will support the Constitution and laws
of the United States and the state of Washington,
of the United States and the state of Washington,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of this office
discharge the duties of this office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I will have him sign his oath.
Okay. People have we appointed?
Erica, well, listen, the
Millie,
mayor was
Erica,
appointed.
Millie.
The mayor was appointed.
Oh, I appointed, I was on
And
when we
Joel
appointed
and
Joel.
Erica and Millie.
Joel, Erica, Millie. All right. He should have a seat. You, no, you're a council person now. You sit up here. We'll have to.
Does he have to resign from our board? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, from the elected position, yes. Yeah, so staff will get with you and get you your city-issued device and your name tag and your business cards. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, well, we welcome our newest council person, Chris Wittgenstein, and the meeting is over, so at this time I would be looking for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
You're not going to let him have it?
And his first action on council is to second Councilor Wiesner's motion to adjourn. All those in favor, raise your hand.